you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK Holiday Edition. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And we are bringing a special Christmas episode to all you guys out there today. The Christmas Conspiracy. Is Christmas a conspiracy? As always, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the bell for notifications. And you can check us out on social media, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. Just check the description. Okay. What do you think, Maxwell? Are you a long-time Christmas observer, Christmas fanatic, or are you the Grinch?
um, when I was younger, I liked Christmas. I looked forward to it, and there was a time period from high school to like for another decade. I was just like, I don't know. I just got turned off by that whole thing because I became an atheist and like didn't see the idea behind Christmas. And every time people said Christmas to me, it was like or like Merry Christmas. I didn't respond to it because it means it was related to Christ or something, and I wasn't believing in that. So, but now I'm cool. Like I say Merry Christmas to people, and I think it's I don't know, it's a good time of the year as far as like getting together with family. It's always with family.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit on the Thanksgiving podcast as well, on the Thanksgiving conspiracy. And if you guys haven't checked that out, you can go check out that podcast. It was pretty interesting. For the Christmas one, though, I was kind of sort of in the same boat as you for a certain period of time where I was kind of blasé about Christmas and have gone back and forth on it a little bit, but you don't opt for the holiday neutral greeting, happy holidays. Like, what if they celebrate Hanukkah or Kwanzaa? You just go with the Merry Christmas right off the bat.
No, I go happy holidays, but like if they're wearing a Christmas suit and an elf suit or something, like
Just
I
tell
don't
them
know.
happy. Just tell them happy Kwanzaa.
What's that mean?
You don't know what Kwanzaa is?
Yeah, what is it?
Maxwell Army.
So what is it?
Well, there's actually a Kwanzaa conspiracy as well. But Kwanzaa is basically a holiday commemorating African heritage in African American culture. It's observed from December 26th to January 1st. There is a feast and gift giving involved. And it's mostly a African heritage holiday. The African diaspora is basically all the countries where African natives had spread to, either intentionally or by slavery or whatnot. And yes, you never heard of that?
No.
Yeah, they always in school. There was always, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, like the trifecta of the season.
Hmm.
It's not exactly a religious holiday because a lot of people who celebrate Kwanzaa also celebrate Christmas. It's sort of like a cultural holiday more so than a religious holiday. But there's also religious principles as well. There's candle lighting and all that stuff. But this podcast is specifically about Christmas.
So
So
how did Christmas start?
it's Christmas. The origins of Christmas are similar to Halloween. It's a pagan holiday.
Uh,
There were actually quite a few holidays for winter solstice and the like, and we will explore the history. But let me set the stage here. Is Christmas satanic?
I knew you were gonna go there. Is Santa Claus Satan?
Oh man, there's conspiracy theories abound surrounding Christmas time. So is paganism satanic? If Christmas was derived from paganism, is pagan satanic? Is paganism derived from the one true ancient religion of Atlantis and the golden age of man? Lot of topics to explore. Or conversely, was paganism hijacked by modern Christianity to appear satanic to disguise the true roots that would actually benefit mankind? And the hijacked paganism is in fact satanic. So my position kind of on all of this is that the truth is somewhere, it's probably an amalgamation of all of these theories, which is why I never advocate for buying into any type of dogma, because the truth is open-ended and multifaceted. So on this episode, we'll be examining all of this. So let us look into the origins of Christmas. So, this is an article on the true meaning of Christmas, Paganism, Sun Worship, and Commercialism by Vexen Crabtree, 2008. This is a very good article. Christmas is the celebration of the time when the days start to lengthen, which in the Northern Hemisphere is the middle of winter. Many religions in history have claimed the winter solstice as a holy day. The reason of the season is a combination of different traditions. It includes sun worship and pagan nature religions who have venerated the natural cycle for many thousands of years. Many traditional elements of Christmas predate Christianity. Nowadays, it is laid upon by various Christian stories, and Christians even say quite wrongly that they invented Christmas. In combination with these religious sources is a heavy dose of commercialism. Many traditions are in fact invented by commercial companies trying to find nifty ways of selling goods. Remember in our Thanksgiving podcast, it looked like the Thanksgiving a corporation, a turkey corporation, kind of wanted it to be the bird of the holiday or the meal of the holiday. So the Turkey Association kind of
Yeah,
started the whole turkey thing.
yeah,
So, and Christian is even more commercially viable. It's, the economic high point of the fiscal year.
yeah,
So, a sensible and modern refrain is that Christmas is simply a secular midwinter holiday season. It is important to all families as one of the 3 holiday seasons in between children's school terms. Christmas is a multicultural festival with a long pagan history and can be celebrated by anyone. Pagan religions and sun worship, a general pagan history of Christmas. Many traditional elements of Christmas predate Christianity. In other words, Christmas was pagan before it was adopted and renamed by Christians. The Catholic Encyclopedia of 1908 states that Christmas was not among the earliest festivals of the church. Irenaeus and Tertullian omit it from their lists of feasts. Those authors lived into the 3rd century. The CE article concludes that when later Christians adopted the date of the 25th of December for Jesus' birth, the abundance of innocuous midwinter festivals may indefinitely have helped the choice of the December date, the same instinct which set Natalis Invicti at the winter solstice will have sufficed, apart from deliberate adaptation or curious calculation, to set the Christian feast thereto. Professor Hutton, a respected and careful primary sources historian, mentions Christmas in his valuable book on the modern history of paganism. It is absolutely correct that some British folk customs have descended directly from pagan rituals, such as the giving of presents and decoration of homes with greenery at midwinter. This is from The Triumph of the Moon, A History of Modern Pagan Witchcraft by Ronald Hutton, 1999. Also interesting to note, the whole Christian domination of the world and the Roman Empire and all of these civilizations seeking to control others with religion, it's a little easier to assimilate the mass populations when you kind of disguise your own holiday unity or your unification of an empire under one religion. If you can kind of subvert their holidays into your umbrella religion, trying to control everybody with that holiday, it's more of a seamless transition. Mujan Momen, in the book The Phenomenon of Religion, A Thematic Approach, 1999, says this: most Christmas customs are in fact based on old pagan festivals. The Roman Saturnalia and the Scandinavian and Teutonic Yule. Christians adopted these during the earliest period of church history. The church, however, has given this recognition and incorporates it into the church year without too many misgivings. Only the more radical fundamentalist elements in some churches protest from time to time about the mixing of pagan elements into the religion. And Hutton from 1996's The Stations of the Sun, A History of the Ritual Year in Britain, says this: the habit of a midwinter festivity has come by the dawn of history, and probably very long before, to seem a natural one to the British, and not one to be eradicated by changes of political and religious fashion. It was general custom in pagan Europe to decorate spaces with greenery and flowers for festivals, attested wherever records have survived. Sun worship and the reason for the season. Sun worship formed the basis of Mithraism, Zoroastrianism, and other Roman religions and many other pagan traditions. It is the reason Sun Day is a holy day in many religions and why major festivals are held at spring and the solstices. The real meaning of Christmas is sun worship, a reminder to all life on earth that we owe everything to the sun. Sun worship is one of the main pillars of all religion, especially older religions. Sun worshippers and nature religions held major celebrations at the winter solstice, the victory of the strength of the sun over the forces of darkness that try to suppress it. Osiris Dionysus represented and was represented by the sun, as was Jesus, who the church father Clement of Alexander calls the Son of Righteousness. Sun, S-U-N, S-O-N. Another coincidence, Maxwell?
Maybe.
When old relics and religious symbols, such as human faces, are given a light backdrop of rays of light or a corolla, it means they represent the sun. Sir James Fraser says, the largest pagan religious cult which fostered the celebration of December 25th as a holiday was the pagan sun worship Mithraism. The winter festival was called the Nativity of the Sun. Franz Cumont, perhaps the greatest scholar of Mithraism, wrote, quoting Menicius Felix, the Mithraists also observed Sun Day and kept sacred the 25th of December as the birthday of the sun. Many scholars have pointed out how the sun-worshipping Mithraists, the sun-worshipping Manichaeans, and the Christians were all syncretized and reconciled when Constantine led the takeover by Christianity. Did you know any of this, Maxwell?
No, not at all. But
Mithraism is actually a pretty big staple of the occult. We'll definitely do a dedicated episode on that. And I actually have my own theory on certain Jesus cycles, which I will also go over in a dedicated podcast. However, other sun worshipping groups were included too because of the generic importance and popularity of Sol Invictus, the invincible sun deity. Mario Righetti, a renowned Catholic liturgist, writes, the Church of Rome, to facilitate the acceptance of the faith by the pagan masses, found it convenient to institute the 25th of December as the feast of the temporal birth of Christ, to divert them from the pagan feast celebrated on the same day in honor of the invincible sun, Mithras. The mixing of pagan sun worship and Christianity is exemplified by the testimony of a Syrian scholiast on Bar Salibi, who says, it was a custom of the heathen to celebrate on the same 25th of December the birthday of the sun, at which they kindled lights in token of festivity. In these solemnities and festivals, the Christians also took part. Practically all the known sun deities were born on December 25th. In S.E. Titcomb Aryan Sun Myths, The Origin of Religions, we find it cited, quoted from primary sources, that the following sun deities were all born on December 25th, according to their legends. Krishna, Vishnu, Mithra, Mithras, Osiris, Horus, Hercules, Dionysus, Bacchus, Tammuz, Indra, and Buddha. Therein we also read of the Scandinavian goddess Frigga, in whose honor a Mother Night festival was held at the winter solstice. as well as a similar great feast of Yule, where a boar was offered at the winter solstice in honor of Frey. Hutton highlights the role that the celebration of light has had through all the threads of history that combined to become part of the symbols of modern Christmas. Again, in Hutton's book, The Stations of the Sun, A History of the Ritual Year in Britain, 1996, he says this: "What the Scots did emphasize, in common with many of the English, was light. In 1725, Henry Bourne, a Newcastle clergyman, commented that many people in the north of England lit huge Christmas candles on Christmas Eve. The Scots and the Irish were also fond of them. Yule candles were also common in Scandinavia, a region which had strong contacts with those parts of Britain which maintained them. It must also be clear that many Christian customs, as we heard from Mujan Momen and Professor Hutton, very ancient, but they have in present centuries have been combined with the very modern phenomenon of commercialism. Pagan sun worshippers divided the sky into 12 zodiacs. There's also 12 months. Christianity's 12 apostles are also 12. With their solar halos, the celebration of Christmas on the winter solstice, and their making of Sunday into the holy day. So this is kind of usurping of pagans' 12 zodiac sun worship to Christianity's 12 apostles. Another coincidence, Maxwell?
Not really sure.
When in doubt, call it a coincidence. Is that your MO?
Yeah, something like that.
All right, let's look at the date of the 25th. Christmas Day, by other names, was the ancient feast day of the sun in the depths of winter, predating Christianity. But the exact date of the winter solstice changes slowly over time. So, although the solstice moved progressively from January 6th to December 25th, some traditions continue to celebrate it on the familiar night. Today, it falls around December 22nd. The Roman religion of Mithraism, which existed for hundreds of years before Christians started celebrating Christmas, holds that the birth of Mithras was on the 25th of December. In another coincidence, the birth of Mithras was also said to have been witnessed by 3 shepherds. Is that another coincidence, Maxwell?
Maybe. I'm getting confused with all these mythical figures.
Well, we're just talking about Jesus and Mithras right now. Nothing to confuse, right? Just these two.
Oh, all right.
Okay, let's look at the commercial takeover of Christmas. The most skeptical view of modern Christmas is that the fads, decorations, festive goods, and all the paraphernalia are a commercial scam to make us spend money on overpriced, useless goods. However true this is, it has also become a secular social festival, much akin to the American Thanksgiving. Families come together at Christmas even if they do not for the rest of the year. It probably helps that Christmas and New Year celebrations have become institutionally intertwined. These make Christmas, in essence, a meaningful family celebration, even if on top of that there is a thick cover of shallow commercialism. The festivals are largely led by commerce and retail outlets. The relevant decorations, cards, food, and goods are all marketed for Christmas, and it is the high streets that press Christmas upon the populace way before the populace itself is ready. It is a frequent complaint that stores start Christmas too early and too aggressively. Several elements of Christmas are the invention purely of commercial advertisements. The origin of Christmas cards. Take the example of the commercial invention of the Christmas card with corporate effort that these would have remained an expensive privilege of the rich. Once again, we go to the Stations of the Sun, A History of the Ritual Year in Britain by Ronald Hutton, 1996. The Christmas card represents a convenient and sophisticated evolution of the ancient custom of giving blessings or good wishes for the new year. By 1840, it was often carried on among the wealthier classes by sending a short poem engraved with an ornamental framework. This and some imitations proved to be commercial failures because they were too expensive. In 1862, therefore, a fresh start was made by the stationers Messrs. Charles Goodall, which printed cheap plain greetings. By the end of the decade, they were becoming decorated, and other firms were producing them. In 1878, the volume sent was sufficient for the post office to commence a separate record of Christmas mail, and in the 1890s, the cards became a popular craze and continued to expand their market over the next century. In 1992, over 1.5 million were sent, and the commercial value of the Christmas card trade was over 250 million pounds. Father Christmas, Santa Claus, the personification of Christmas. The human figurehead of the festive season is a modern creation. Before the 17th century, such a figure has no history. Well, that's actually not true. We will be getting into the origin of Santa Claus. But in this article, they quote once again Ronald Hutton in The Stations of the Sun. Nobody seems to have thought of personifying Christmas until the early 17th century. It was done then partly because of the general taste of the age for allegory and partly because the criticism of observation of the feast by radical Protestants made a reputation of it convenient to writers determined to defend it. Thus, in 1616, Ben Jonson introduced to the world Christmas, his mask, presented a figure in a round hose, long stockings, a closed doublet, a high-crowned hat with a brooch, a long thin beard, a truncheon, little ruffs, white shoes, his scarves, and garters tied cross. Over the next 250 years, this sort of character was to feature repeatedly in pictures, stage plays, and folk drama known variously as Sir Christmas, Lord Christmas, or increasingly as Father Christmas. He was essentially concerned with the adult world, personifying feasting and games. He had no connection with presents, and he was not treated with much respect, being generally a burlesque figure of fun. Then Santa Claus turned up. In origins, he was, of course, the medieval patron of children, St. Nicholas, who remained a favorite popular figure among the Dutch. The figure gradually moved from St. Nicholas Eve to Christmas Eve. In 1809, Washington Irving, whose sentimental interest in traditional Christmases has been mentioned, drew attention to the old tradition in his Knickerbocker's History of New York, rescheduling it from St. Nicholas's Eve to Christmas Eve. Irving's portrait was repeated in an 1821 issue of The Children's Friend, published in the same city, and that may have been the direct inspiration to another New Yorker, Clement Clark Moore, to create the modern Santa. His saint was not the traditional sentimental figure of the Dutch, but a magical spirit of the northern midwinter. He wore fur clothes, had a bushy white beard, traveled through the sky merrily in a sleigh drawn by reindeer, and came down chimneys with a sack of gifts. Soon after 1863, he was so frequently depicted wearing a red suit trimmed with white fur. From 1931, Haddon Sundblom, the illustrator of Coca-Cola, drew a series of Santa images in their Christmas advertisements until 1964, which is where the tradition of a Santa Claus wearing red comes from. The colors red and green had always been prominent in Christmas card greetings, however. So I'm sure you remember all those the Coca-Cola commercials with Santa Claus, right?
I don't remember the Santa Claus, but no, I don't remember.
Wow, really? Man, Maxwell's starting to slip even for Maxwell.
But
Yeah, when I was a
it's
kid, that's some of my earliest memories of watching TV are seeing those.
oh wait, now I remember. Like he drinks Coke and the Santa Claus drinks a Coke.
Well, yeah, there's a whole bunch of different commercials, but Coca-Cola prominently featured Santa Claus on their cans during Christmas or bottles. And that was a lot of the commercialism of Christmas stems from Coca-Cola's Santa Claus commercials and advertisements.
Huh.
Yeah, so when we get into the depths of this conspiracy of commercialism and Satanism and whether or not that's true or not, but it's kind of weird how mind control works, and we'll have to do a dedicated podcast on television itself, why it was created, how it's used, and advertising, and all of those really bizarre things. But it really does get into your mind. Like some of my earliest memories are watching those Coca-Cola Christmas commercials. And then you got the Christmas jingles in the background, and it kind of becomes ingrained in your mind. Unless you're Maxwell Powers, it's difficult to forget.
I mean, yeah, I don't. I didn't know what year was what years were uh the Coca-Cola commercials? To 1969, you said?
Well, Haddon Sundblom was the illustrator, so he drew Santa Claus, all of the Santa Claus advertisements from 31 until 64. The commercials, they make Santa Claus Coca-Cola commercials right now. They never stopped. Actually, let's go through. Now's as good a time as any. Let's go through the Santa Claus Coca-Cola connection. So this is right from Coca-Cola Company.com. 5 things you never knew about Santa Claus and Coca-Cola. The Santa Claus we all know and love, that big, jolly man in a red suit with a white beard, didn't always look that way. In fact, many people are surprised to learn that prior to 1931, Santa was depicted as everything from a tall, gaunt man to a spooky-looking elf. He had donned a bishop's robe and a Norse huntsman's animal skin. In fact, when Civil War cartoonist Thomas Nast drew Santa Claus for Harper's Weekly in 1862, Santa was a small elf-like figure who supported the Union. Getting that propaganda in there. Nast continued to draw Santa for 30 years, changing the color of his coat from tan to the red he's known for today. Here are a few things you may not have realized about the cheerful guy in the red suit. 1. Santa has been featured in Coke ads since the 1920s. The Coca-Cola Company began its Christmas advertising in the 1920s with shopping-related ads in magazines like the Saturday Evening Post. The first Santa ads used a strict-looking Claus in the vein of Thomas Nast. In 1930, artist Fred Misen painted a department store Santa in a crowd drinking a bottle of Coke. The ad featured the world's largest soda fountain, which was located in the department store Famous Bar Company in St. Louis, Missouri. Misen's painting was used in print ads that Christmas season, appearing in the Saturday Evening Post in December 1930. 2. Coca-Cola helped shape the image of Santa. In 1931, the company began placing Coca-Cola ads in popular magazines. Archie Lee, the Darcy advertising agency executive working with the Coca-Cola Company, wanted the campaign to show a wholesome Santa who was both realistic and symbolic. So Coca-Cola commissioned Michigan-born illustrator Haddon Sundblom to develop advertising images using Santa Claus, showing Santa himself, not a man dressed as Santa. For inspiration, Sundblom turned to Clement Clarke Moore's 1822 poem, A Visit from St. Nicholas, commonly called 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Moore's description of St. Nick led to an image of a warm, friendly, pleasantly plump, and human Santa. And even though it's often said that Santa wears a red coat because red is the color of Coca-Cola, Santa appeared in a red coat before Sundblom painted him. Also, red is the color of Satan. Is it not, Maxwell?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that red was the color of Satan?
Nope. I don't know anything about Satan, really.
You don't know that hell is hot and there's red fire, and when any
Well,
kind of...
but I didn't know like he wore red. Like I didn't know he had clothes on and shit. I
Well,
thought he was just a devil horn.
well, it's
mother-
called it's a red devil. So even if it's just like a humanoid type figure, it's a red figure. Whether it's just a generic red stick figure with horns. You never saw Satan depicted with horns. He's always got like red skin,
Yeah, I've seen it on TV where he had horns. Yeah.
but he's red. He's not like green or blue or
Oh
purple.
yeah, he's red. Yeah,
Yeah.
scary motherfucker.
Maxwell Army. Oh man. Okay. Sundblom Santa debuted in 1931 in Coke ads in the Saturday Evening Post and appeared regularly in that magazine as well as in Ladies' Home Journal. Is that your favorite magazine, Maxwell?
One of them.
National
Wait.
Geographic and The New Yorker and others. From 1930 What?
Nothing.
From 1931 to 1964, Coca-Cola advertising showed Santa delivering toys and playing with them. pausing to read a letter and enjoy a Coke, visiting with the children who stayed up to greet him, and raiding the refrigerators at a number of homes. The original oil paintings Sundblom created were adapted for Coca-Cola advertising in magazines and on-store displays, billboards, posters, calendars, and plush dolls. Many of those items today are popular collectibles. Sundblom created his final version of Santa Claus in 1964, but for several decades to follow, Coca-Cola advertising featured images of Santa based on Sundblom's original works. These paintings are some of the most prized pieces in art collection in the company's archives department and have been on exhibit around the world in famous locales including the Louvre in Paris, the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, the Isetan Department Store in Tokyo, and the NK Department Store in Stockholm. Many of the original paintings can be seen on display at the World of Coca-Cola in Atlanta, Georgia. 3. The new Santa was based on a salesman. In the beginning, Sundblom painted the image of Santa using a live model, his friend Lou Prentice, a retired salesman. When Prentice passed away, Sundblom used himself as a model, painting while looking into a mirror. Finally, he began relying on photographs to create the image of Saint Nick. People loved the Coca-Cola Santa images and paid such close attention to them that when anything changed, they sent letters to the Coca-Cola company. One year, Santa's large belt was backwards, perhaps because Sundblom was painting via a mirror. Another year, Santa Claus appeared without a wedding ring, causing fans to write, "What happened to Mrs. Claus?" Oh man, that's funny. The children who appear with Santa in Sundblom's paintings were based on Sundblom's neighbors, two little girls, so he changed one to a boy in his paintings. The dog in Sundblom's 1964 Santa Claus painting was actually a gray poodle belonging to the neighborhood florist. But Sundblom wanted the dog to stand out in the holiday scene, so he painted the animal with black fur. 4. Santa Claus got a new friend in 1942. In 1942, Coca-Cola introduced Sprite Boy, a character who appeared with Santa Claus in Coca-Cola advertising throughout the 1940s and 50s. Sprite Boy, who was also created by Sundblom, got his name due to the fact that he was a sprite or an elf. It wasn't until the 1960s that Coca-Cola introduced the popular beverage Sprite. 5. Santa becomes animated in 2001. In 2001, the artwork from Sundblom's 1963 painting was the basis for an animated TV commercial starring the Coca-Cola Santa. The ad was created by Academy Award-winning animator Alexander Petrov. Commercial Christmas. Prominent elements of Christmas are commercial inventions, from Father Christmas and his suit to Christmas cards. The history of commercialist Christmas is older still than those creations. From 1870s onwards, the Times broadsheet could be relied to attack the commercialism of Christmas. Clearly, its commercialization has not destroyed it, and since the 19th century, it has become even more popular than ever. To remove the commercial aspects of Christmas would be largely to destroy it. Religious activists would create in its place a series of historically challenged myths and break it into a sectarian event. Without commercialism, the general populace, Protestant Christians, secularists, and evangelical Christians would all cease to have anything in common during the festive season. Christianity versus Christmas. Christmas was always largely secular. During the nature reveration, pagan festivals and sun worship that formed the basis of the Christmas period, Christians sometimes complain that the original Christian message is ignored at Christmas. Such modern Christians do not know its history. Christian churches have themselves led long and bitter campaigns against the observance of Christmas and in various times and places banned it completely. The religious content was always very small, with most celebrations and rituals being secular, i.e., organized by the people, not by clerics. Major elements of Christmas are simply commercial inventions based on themes of nature, such as Christmas cards. Once again, drawing from the Stations of the Sun by Ronald Hutton, from the beginning, the proportion of religious themes in Christmas card designs was small. Examples from before 1890, of which the Jonathan King collection has 163,000, show an overwhelming concentration upon the natural world and upon jollity. The choice of imagery has remained more or less constant ever since, an evocation of survival, rejoicing, and the resilience of nature. usually constructed around the literally vivacious colors of red and green. Modern-day Christmas frequently contains modern Christian elements. Not least of all, in English, the word Christmas is the one we are all familiar with, more so than Yule or winter solstice. Nativity stories are taken from the Christmas tradition, even though the ideas of shepherds, wise men, and the like were all originally pagan. The stories are now told with Christian overtones at Christmas. Early Christians celebrated Christmas in April and May. Christians of the first few centuries did not know for certain where Jesus was born, where he died, or where he was buried. This fact is bemoaned by early Christian leaders. When they did celebrate Christmas, they generally did so in April and May. Quote, Pope Julius I in the 4th century commanded a committee of bishops to establish the date of nativity of Jesus. December 25th, the day of Sol Invictus, the invincible sun, was decided upon. Not coincidentally, this is the day when the pagan world celebrated the birth of their sun gods. Egyptian Osiris, Greek Apollo and Bacchus, Chaldean Adonis, Persian Mithra, when the zodiacal sign of Virgo, the sun is born of a virgin, rose on the horizon. Thus, the ancient festival of the winter solstice, the pagan festival of the birth of the sun, came to be adopted by the Christian church as the nativity of Jesus and was called Christmas. End quote. The reason that the Christians annexed the winter solstice and chose to celebrate Christmas in December instead of spring was that influential Roman religions celebrated the birth of the Son of the Sun on the winter solstice, and the first Christian emperor fused paganism and early Christianity to create the Pauline Christianity that we know today. Mostly derived from pagan myths, Jesus' birth stories are very dubious, and it is very likely that all such beliefs were written retrospectively by the Roman gospel writers or were assumed from the outset. There is no evidence or reason to believe that they actually occurred. Anti-Christmas Christians. The rhetoric that Christians have used against the celebration of Christmas predates Christianity and originated with Jewish Moors against the celebration of birthdays plus their wish to avoid pagan practices. In the book of Jeremiah, 7th century BCE, it warns Jews and Christians not to learn the ways of the pagans who bring trees into their homes and decorate them with silver and gold. From Jeremiah 10:2-4, this is what the Lord says, do not learn the ways of the nations or be terrified by signs in the sky, though the nations are terrified by them. For the customs of the people are worthless. They cut a tree out of the forest, and a craftsman shapes it with his chisel. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with hammer and nails so it will not totter. Isn't that interesting, Maxwell? Maxwell, did you have a Christmas tree?
Yeah, every year. Yeah.
What do you think of this pagan ritual?
I missed the details, but it's interesting.
How'd you miss it? I just said it.
What'd you say? It's nothing about a Christmas tree, right? Or nothing about a tree, right?
Everything I just said was about trees.
Uh, I found it interesting that the Christians themselves rejected the celebration of Christmas in the beginning, and then that was interesting.
Yeah, let's look at the Christmas tree paganism. This is actually from Newsweek. Christmas trees are widely associated with the Christian holiday, but their origins are far from the Christ-worshipping standards they represent today. Evergreens, plants that stay green year-round, have been celebrated in many cultures for hundreds of years, but Americans were not always accepting of the tradition. Christmas trees did begin as a pagan tradition as early as the 4th century CE. European pagans were largely responsible for dressing their homes with the branches of evergreen fir trees in order to bring color and light into their dull winters. But pagans weren't the only people to do this. Romans also used the branches for decorations during the festival of Saturnalia, which took place from December 17th to December 23rd in honor of the god Saturn. Many theories actually translate Saturn to Satan. Saturn, Satan. Because of their pagan roots, American settlers were not quick to jump on the Christmas tree trend. German settlers were the first to introduce the indoor evergreen to the new country. but it didn't go over smoothly. The newly settled Puritans were big supporters of Christmas and wildly opposed the pagan influence. Early government officials, including William Bradford and Oliver Cromwell, tried to destroy new Christmas traditions of decorating, dismissing them as heathen and pagan mockery. In 1659, the General Court of Massachusetts even made a law that celebrating Christmas was illegal. The only thing allowed was church attendance. No decorations, especially trees, should be seen. Isn't that kind of contrary to like the religious freedom vibe of the New World?
Huh, yeah, it's interesting.
That's kind of weird
It's
because
crazy. It was illegal.
yeah, well, it's kind of weird because these Christians or people of various religions are coming to the New World for religious freedom. That was one of the primary reasons cited through
Huh.
many historical texts, whether that's true or not true. I mean, that's the general reason is religious freedom and freedom for persecution. And now they're making Christmas illegal. They're making decorating trees illegal. That's not even, it's not like we're talking like human or animal sacrifice. It's just kind of weird. So, how did Americans evolve into Christmas tree fanatics? There's no clear answer, but a few theories stand. One claims an evergreen was chopped down in anger in the 8th century CE by English Benedictine monk Boniface when he saw an evergreen being used in a pagan ritual. This version claims that the tree's fall as a pagan symbol turned it into a declaration of Christianity. The tree was then seen as a triangular symbol of the Holy Trinity. I think they're referring to pyramid there, but whatever. Whether or not that's the real reason for the spark of religious interest in evergreens, the German community began to accept both trees and formal Christmas decorations in the 17th century. It wasn't until the mid-19th century Americans found acceptance for the once pagan symbol in the Christmas holiday. Now, many argue the Christmas tree has even lost its roots in Christianity, much like it has lost its roots in pagan celebration. The Christmas holiday has evolved to include other religions and retail celebrations. So, any thoughts on Christmas trees in general? Are you going to continue to have a Christmas tree?
Well, I mean, I don't have a Christmas tree, but like my brother has a Christmas tree, my sister has a Christmas tree, and I just go to their places. So
What about your ex-wife? Does she have a Christmas tree?
usually,
Okay. The first Christians were Jewish converts, such as the Nazarenes and the Ebionites. Such early Christians and Jews did not celebrate birthdays because they considered it a pagan practice. There are no Christian birthday celebrations in the Bible. It was related, said early Christians, to pagan representation of sun cycles. For these reasons, biblical fundamentalists do not celebrate birthdays, including Christmas. One such group is the Jehovah's Witnesses. From the Jehovah's Witnesses, What Does the Bible Really Teach? Published 2005. There is no evidence that the first century disciples of Jesus observed such a holiday. Even if Jesus' disciples had known the exact date of his birth, they would not have celebrated it. The only birthday observances mentioned in the Bible are those of two rulers who did not worship. Jehovah, Genesis 40:20 and Mark 6:21, those who want to please God do not celebrate it or any other holiday that has its roots in pagan worship. The suspicion of birthdays and the fact that there are no written first-hand records of Jesus or his life mean that it has long been impossible to work out when he was born. Modern Christian fundamentalists and evangelicals tell Christians not to celebrate Christmas. 3.5 centuries ago, the English Puritans used their influence within the Cromwellian Republic, the Protectorate, to ban Christmas celebrations. They asserted, quite correctly by their own lights, that the December 25th had no biblical connection with the birth of their Messiah and that the Christmas festival was therefore essentially pagan. The Scottish reformers of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, for example, claimed that the Papists, the Catholics, had invented all the rites of Christmas, so they abolished the lot of them. A literary debate broke out in December 1643 and was to continue intermittently until 1656. Despite a few desperate efforts upon both sides to find some scriptural indication of the true date of Christ's birth, a common ground was established almost at once, that, as there was indeed no objective evidence of when Christ was born, the Feast of the Nativity was wholly a creation of later authorities and supported by tradition and not the Bible. Once again, from Ronald Hutton, Stations of the Sun, A History of the Ritual Year in Britain. From the Dark Side of Christian History by Helen Ellerby, 1995. In 1647, the English Parliament ordered that Christmas, along with other pagan holidays, should cease to be observed. A 1652 Parliamentary Act repealed the ban on Christmas. In New England, where celebrating Christmas was considered a criminal offense and remained forbidden until the second half of the 19th century, as late as 1870 in Boston, students who failed to attend public schools on Christmas were punished by public dismissal. So if you just want to get kicked out of school, all you got to do is not show up on Christmas. So I guess you are not allowed to be sick on Christmas, because if you miss school on Christmas, you're getting expelled. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
That's interesting.
So you better not get sick. It doesn't matter if you have tuberculosis. Like, you better be going to school or you're getting expelled. Christians nowadays who proclaim that we should remember the reason for the season are ignorant of their own religion and of the history of paganism. So let's move on to Winterval, the UK controversy invented by cheap newspapers such as the Daily Mail. Some lowbrow newspaper outlets pushed the idea for many years that the political correctness gone mad idea of Winterval was officialdom's replacement for Christmas. The sensationalist idea was that because Christmas had the word Christ in it, then modern secular governments and councils could not support it. So the types of newspapers that peddle anti-foreigner positions took up the story with gusto. The Guardian blogger Kevin Ascott reported that the Daily Mail repeated the myth the most between 1998 and 2011, a total of 44 times. The Times and the Sunday Times together repeated it 40 times. The Sun, 31 times. The Express, 26 times. And the Daily Telegraph, 22 times. The Guardian even mentioned it a few times, however. It also ran several articles debunking the myth, and in 2011, the Daily Mail eventually faced its critics and admitted that it was wrong. From the National Secular Society Newsline, November 11th, 2011. That's weird. That'd be on 11/11/11. After years of perpetuating the Winterval myth, the Daily Mail Corrections and Clarifications column this week admitted it was all made up. It said, "We stated in an article on September 26th that Christmas has been renamed in various places Winterval." Winterval was the collective name for a season of public events, both religious and secular, which took place in Birmingham in 1997 and 1998. We are happy to make clear that Winterval did not rename or replace Christmas. The true source of the story is that one event promoter who combined several winter events, including Christmas, into one Winterval event in order to simplify marketing. From The Guardian, the myth was not just repeated either, it was also gradually distorted to become ever more removed from the original misconception. What started as a myth that one council had rebranded or renamed Christmas became a pluralized, open-ended narrative that councils and authorities were rebranding or renaming Christmas as Winterval. It then mutated from a simple rebranding to a calculated attack on Christianity by atheists, Muslims, or the PC Brigade, who feared offending other faiths or ethnic minorities. In one extreme example, the South Wales Echo claimed that Winterval was the result of virulent attacks on religion by atheists, which had led to new rules such as Christmas being renamed as Winterval. In all, at least 15 articles directly claim that Christmas was renamed Winterval because of a fear of offending other faiths. At least a further 10 articles directly claim that Winterval was used to avoid offending ethnic minorities. So now, thanks to perhaps one repetition too far, the Daily Mail has finally admitted that Winterval is a media fiction. But what impact will those few lines of correction have compared with the huge body of journalism that has been repeating it so long as fact? And more important, will Melanie Phillips offer her own apology for repeating the myths? When I first heard the story, I thought ridiculous and didn't believe it was true. I spent a few minutes researching it and found out that I was right to doubt. Therefore, my worldview was not distorted. Journalists broadcast their opinion to others, and it is downright criminal that failures in basic fact-checking can be so endemic amongst them. So I guess the point that the author here is trying to make is that there is a lot of misinformation out there regarding everything. And now that we are so far removed from all of these events, it's kind of hard to know anything for sure. I mean, one of the unofficial MindShock mottos is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, right, Maxwell?
Yep, you got it.
So the conclusion here is that Christmas is a multicultural, multi-religious festival. It combines sun worship, polytheism, pagan nature religions who have venerated the natural cycle for many thousands of years, Christianity and other myths and traditions. When Christians complain it is too pagan, or when layfolk complain it is too religious, or when both groups complain it is too commercial, then they are all in need of realizing that Christmas is a commercial fusion of diverse nature-based festivals. The date of the 25th accords with sun worship thousands of years old. The Christmas tree and some of the decorations are pagan. Even the nativity stories are originally pagan, Mithraistic, Roman, and Christian. The main outstanding issue in the West is the Christian assertion that Christmas has something to do with the Christian figure of Christ or his birthday. These elements should be disclaimed. Firstly, the paganism inherent in Christmas, such as decorating trees, is warned against in the Bible, Jeremiah 10, 2-4. Second, there are no Christian birthday celebrations in the Bible. Thirdly, early Christians celebrated Christ's birthday in April or May. It was only changed to match with the 25th of December, a major pagan holiday, by Emperor Constantine in order to harmonize Christianity with paganism. It is certain that Christians should not attempt to celebrate Jesus' birthday, and they certainly shouldn't do so at Christmas. In addition to its rich history, Christmas has now become largely a secular holiday, a social festival based on the family and a commercial enterprise. Critics largely concentrate on the portions of Christmas they don't like and claim that those portions ruin the rest of it. As long as no one tries to capture the flag and exclude others, then there need be no modern conflict over the nature of Christmas. The non-religious can celebrate the commercial and social event. Christians can pretend Christmas has nothing to do with Christ. Pagans can celebrate nature, and all can be happy. There are even alternate and well-known names for Christmas, such as Yuletide, which can be used according to taste. Whether or not one chooses to celebrate Christmas is mostly a matter of mood. So that is the article by Vexen Crabtree, The True Meaning of Christmas, Paganism, Sun Worship, and Commercialism. I actually kind of like that conclusion. He's kind of saying, a Christmas for everybody.
Yeah, I like that.
And although there is that criticism of he's basically stating that the Jesus should be removed from it because it's not his birthday and that can't be verified, and celebrating the birthday of Jesus, not only is it going to kind of piss off the non-religious people, but it's not really accurate to the religious people either. So I guess he's kind of arguing here that aspect should be removed, but the celebration, the festival, all the happiness, that can all retain. So you're in agreement with Vexen Crabtree here?
I like the way he's thinking. I mean, he's just, I don't know. It's not like he's not stopping anybody from anything. So
Yeah, it was a pretty good article. I'm gonna do another one.
it's just real, but it's really interesting how these holidays. I mean, they turn out okay. I mean, if both Thanksgiving and Christmas like never had all like this weird history, that is just the way it is. I mean, it's kind of cool.
So here's another article. It's a little bit more aggressive. It's on whereyourvoicemag.com. Christmas Isn't Christian: The Pagan Roots of the Winter Holiday by Laurel Digman, December 2nd, 2016. People are super sensitive when it comes to Christmas, and that's understandable. Much of the world has been taught that the holiday marks the birth of the Christian Savior, Jesus Christ, but that's simply wrong. Jesus wasn't white, and he damn sure wasn't a Capricorn. Historical evidence suggests that Jesus the person was born in the springtime, but that Christian missionaries adopted Yule celebrations in order to appease and convert pagans who were deeply spiritually attached to their own holidays. So it kind of goes like this, like, oh, you pagans should become Christians. See, we celebrate on the 25th too. It's almost the same thing. Like, how would that work?
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of interesting to see. I guess they were going for the long con game. Early Christians were also fascinated by the rural, rustic pagan traditions. Christians of that period are quite interested in paganism, says Philip Shaw, a researcher of early Germanic languages and Old English at Leicester University. It's obviously something they think is a bad thing, but it's also something they think is worth remembering. It's what their ancestors did. The two most notable pagan winter holidays were Germanic Yule and Roman Saturnalia. Christian missionaries gave these holidays a makeover, and they are now known to us as Christmas. So Saturnalia was a lawless, drunken time in Rome where literally anything was okay. This was the original purge, in which laws were suspended for a brief stretch of time. What do you think about that, Maxwell? People just going out in the streets drinking and killing each other?
That's not good.
Well, if Saturn is Satan, that would be a pretty fair and honest tribute to Satan, the Lord of Darkness, would it not?
Yes.
Saturn, the Roman god of agriculture, liberation, and time, and parties, was celebrated at what is perhaps the most famous of the Roman festivals, the Saturnalia. It was a time of feasting, role reversals, free speech, gift giving, and revelry. Read gender bending sex, drinking, telling people off, trading gifts, and doing whatever you want. That's kind of interesting that the whole gender flip flopping, man is a woman, woman is a man, has its origins in Saturnalia. And if Saturn is Satan, does it all make sense, Maxwell?
I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Or is it all coincidence? After solstice, the darkest night of the year, the renewal of light and the coming of the new year was celebrated in the later Roman Empire at the Dies Natalis of Sol Invictus, the birthday of the unconquerable sun, on December 25th. Okay, so let's move on to Yule. Germanic Yule. Scholars have connected the Germanic and Scandinavian celebration to the wild hunt, the god Odin, and the pagan Anglo-Saxon Modronit. Yuletide was traditionally celebrated during the period from mid-November to mid-January. Nordic countries use Yule to describe their own Christmas, with its religious rites, but also for the holidays of this season. Present-day customs such as the Yule log, the Yule goat, the Yule boar, Yule singing, and others stem from the original pagan Yule, but are used in Christmas celebrations now, especially within Europe. As leaders were baptized and converted, they shifted their traditional celebrations covertly as to not upset the chieftains. That's a pretty good explanation. If the people wanted to convert to Christianity, they could kind of still hide under some of the umbrella traditions of the pagan holidays. Yule was traditionally celebrated 3 days after midwinter, but shifted to reflect Christian dates. Modern Wiccans and other neo-pagan religions often celebrate Yule as well. In most modern forms of Wicca, it's celebrated at winter solstice as the rebirth of the great horned hunter god who is viewed as the newborn solstice sun. Some celebrate with their covens, while others celebrate at home. Do you celebrate with your coven, or do you celebrate alone?
Well, I don't know. I just go over to my brother's place and my sister's place, and we just exchange gifts.
So the great horned hunter god also, some associate that image with Satan and Saturn. Magical gift givers. Everybody's got someone like Santa Claus. He's primarily based on St. Nicholas, a 4th century Lycian bishop from modern day Turkey. Old Nicky wasn't a bad guy. One story says that he met a kind, impoverished man who had 3 daughters. St. Nick presented all 3 of them with dowries so that they weren't forced into a life of prostitution, as dowries were expected to pay off families to take on their daughters. Sinterklaas is the Dutch figure, and Odin is the Norse god that Santa resembles. It wasn't just Santa or men who did the gift giving in those myths. There's also the legend of La Befana, a kind Italian woman who leaves treats for children on the good list, and the Germanic Frau Holly, who treats women during solstice. Fruitcake. While people rarely show any excitement around the fruit-laden cakes these days, they were a real treat in times of yore. The cakes actually have origins in Egypt and were later disseminated by the Romans as they conquered parts of Europe. Those cakes of Egypt were just about as dense and long-lasting as the brandied fruit-studded cakes of today. Egyptians placed cakes of fermented fruit and honey on the tombs of their deceased loved ones so that they'd have something to munch on in the afterworld. Romans took similar cakes into battle made of mashed pomegranates and barley. Christians went into the Crusades with honey cakes. Fruitcakes are everywhere, no matter how hard you try to avoid them. Caroling. Caroling actually began as the Germanic and Norse traditions of wassailing. Wassailers were sent from home to home, drunk off their asses, singing to their neighbors and celebrating their good health. Well, except for the hangovers. The traditional wassail beverage was a hot mulled cider spiked with alcohol or fermented. Mistletoe. Mistletoe was considered a magic plant in Europe, especially among the Druids and Vikings, and holds significance in Native American cultures. Mistletoe is no modern quirk of Christmas. Even Romans partook in fertility rituals beneath the mistletoe. Not everyone took it that far. Mistletoe stood as a neutral ground for feuding Norse tribes who laid down their weapons in order to negotiate between the sexy peace plant. The Druids thought it could protect them from thunder and lightning as well. Whether you've got the urge to make out, hide from the storm, or talk it out, beware. Mistletoe is super poisonous. The plastic variety is a great substitute, or make it out of paper or fabric to keep your furry and or small loved ones safe. What's your position on mistletoe, Maxwell?
I wouldn't eat it.
Why not?
I don't know. Instead, they said it's poisonous.
Wreaths. Romans loved wreaths and decorated everything with laurel. Holly, ivy, and evergreen are the more popular modern options today, and each one holds significance. Egyptians didn't have evergreens, so they used palm fronds to celebrate winter solstice. Christians love holly because the red berries symbolize the blood of Christ, and the pointy leaves symbolize the crown of thorns. However, the advent of holly decor was around long before Christianity. Pre-Christian pagan groups believed that the holly king did battle with the oak king. They also thought holly could drive off evil spirits. Romans, of course, were into laurel wreaths, but laurel was not easily procured throughout the northern reaches of the empire. Instead of laurel, they used evergreens. This Christmas, no matter what your beliefs are, smile knowing that it has come from a long line of traditions much older than we have typically been told. Traditions that celebrate bounty, survival, and unwinding. Just make sure you end up on the nice list unless naughty is your thing. Naughty's your thing, right, Maxwell?
Of course, naughty is nice. I saw this girl wear that shirt. Naughty is nice.
What does
Kind
that
of weird.
mean?
I don't know. It says naughty is nice.
Huh.
Like a like a like a like a sexualized naughty is nice. It's weird. That song. You're just making a list. If you're naughty or nice, some shit like that. Santa.
Not really.
How does it go? He's making a list. I forgot how to. I forgot how the Santa song
I think
goes.
I'd be more shocked if you remembered it.
Well, no, it goes up because Santa makes a fucking list of all these kids who have been naughty and nice, and then if you're nice, you get a gift. If you're naughty, like you don't get shit. So, so this girl was wearing this shirt. It says, naughty is nice, which is
Huh.
weird. Like
I know.
it was weird.
Maybe she just wants to get her Christmas presents.
Oh my god.
Even if she's not good, like most spoiled kids these days. You think how many parents you think put coal in their kids' stockings when they're naughty? Or do you think they just give them presents anyway? I think most kids are so spoiled these days that they're going to get their presents no matter what, and they know it, so they don't have to behave. What's your take on that?
I don't know. But by the way, did you? I remember like growing up with Santa Claus. I think I believed in Santa Claus till like 6 or 7 or something like that. And I don't know. It was just kind of weird. It was kind of fun though. Like believing in Santa Claus for like.
You still believe in the tooth fairy?
Speaking of that, like my tooth is falling out. I've been I've been
Are you gonna get a dollar when it falls out? Are you gonna leave it under your pillow?
I'm gonna put it under a pillow and see what happens. No, I don't. I never believed in the tooth fairy, but like I think I believed in Santa Claus for like a year or two because I someone told me about it when I was 5, or maybe I was 4. I don't know, and then I just stopped believing on it. In it until like 5.5 or something. I forget. Because some other kid told me like, "Yo, Santa Claus is not real."
That's funny.
Wait,
All right.
what do you think about what do you think about that? By the way, like telling kids, you know, it's about Santa Claus.
Parents tell their kids about Santa Claus and it's all a lie. What was your point with that?
Yeah, well, I was just curious. Well, I mean, I that it shouldn't be done, but I don't know. Possibly a lot of parents or like are still. Actually, it's not that popular enough right now. I don't know. Maybe they still do it. Like tell their kids that there's Santa Claus and you should go to bed and
Why would
you
you?
know
Why?
put up cookies and milk on the table so Santa can come down the chimney and put gifts under the
Why would you
trees.
think? Why would you think it's not that popular? It's probably more popular now than ever before.
Oh, I don't know because I don't talk to kids about Christmas. I don't know.
So why would you think it wasn't that popular if you don't know?
I don't know. It's just my assumption. Not an assumption, but it was just a guess. Like it's like because I don't hear about it. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm not a kid anymore. Now I don't talk to 5-year-old friends that believe in Santa Claus. By the way, I had a cousin that believed in Santa Claus. So like these were sisters, and they believed in Santa Claus till they were like 12. I'm like, what the?
All right.
Dude, I
So
was kind
part
of
of
like
the
disturbed, dude.
actually, I've met adults who were on the fence.
On the fence, well, how did they respond? Were they
Well, they
like,
were just like, they're like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Santa's not real, but there's like a chance that he could be. I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's what the stuff they said. But
oh my
so like
god,
they were like, I guess 90% no, 10. I mean, not really on the fence,
yeah,
like
yeah,
50-50. It was
yeah,
like
you
90%,
know,
10%.
yeah, you know what's weird? Like, I feel kind of, I'm always in a dilemma. Like if I come across that, like, let's say, like you come across like a 10-year-old or an 11-year-old, like, and they kind of believe in Santa, and then like, it's not your kid. Like, what do you think about, like, how do you think this kid is gonna know? Is it
I
more
think
embarrassing? Wait, check this out. Is it more embarrassing for that kid to learn from school when everybody makes fun of him that Santa Claus is not real, or is it? I don't know, man. Like, I think it's the parents' responsibility. I mean, I don't know. It's gotta. When do you tell them?
Well, what if the parents aren't 100% sure whether Santa's real or not?
But I mean, I can only imagine like my cousins who, I mean, who someone must have made fun of them like when they were 12, 13. I can't believe you believe Santa Claus. Santa Claus isn't real. And then they learned that when they were like 6 or 7. Like they learned out of it. So like I don't know, man. It's just I don't know. I don't think
Well,
I
as
think
part of
Santa's
the
I think Santa's a bad idea. I think you just stick to the tree, the star and the ornaments and gift giving and family and
the tree that we just discussed is
yeah,
sacrificing
yeah,
your
the
soul. You
most
want
evil one.
everybody.
The most evil one. You give yourself to Satan and gift give. That's it. We're good to go.
So some people speculate that part of the conspiracy of telling lies to children so that they will believe those in authority that are lying to them, including their own parents, hypocritically, because the parents will say it's really bad to lie. You shouldn't lie. And then they lie to them under the disguise of, oh, it's for the greater good. Is this setting up an entire generation, as has been done many times, for government indoctrination under the servitude of Satan, the father of lies? I mean, that's
Yeah,
another
for
thing
real.
we didn't really discuss is like Satan is all about evil and lying. So if Santa Claus is a lie, like what's the representation there?
For some reason, this just came into my head. Like, if you were like a 6-year-old kid or a 5-year-old kid, whatever, would you rather your dad tell you that Santa Claus isn't real, or would you rather catch him dress dress as Santa Claus or something, or put gifts under the tree? Like,
Yeah, I must have been a really weird kid because with a lot of stuff, I didn't really believe or disbelieve. I'm like, okay, they're saying this giant fat man flies around.
Yeah, I
It's like even when I was like 5, even when I was about 5, and I didn't know if it was true or not.
yeah.
I didn't automatic. I don't remember
Yeah,
thinking.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if I actually really believe like a human around with a deer in a sleigh. Like I
Well,
didn't make sense to me.
as far as I can remember, I just didn't know, so I didn't believe or disbelieve. All I knew is
Yeah,
that the presents were real.
yeah,
I didn't really know how they got there. I'm like, because even my parents must have said weird stuff because I think I remember, maybe not from my parents, but I remember hearing Santa might not come himself. He has people working for him that
oh
leave
yeah,
the present.
I've
Do you
heard that. I've heard
remember
that
hearing
before.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah, so it was kind of weird. Like they did a lot to confuse the issue.
yeah,
So I think I remember thinking, are is Santa sending workers to people's houses? Do they just walk in? Do like they drive a car and they like walk in and leave a present? Like it was kind of weird, you know what I mean? Like I don't know if he was flying around in the sleigh or
you
not.
know, you know, I, you know what's weird? Because in okay, when I was like little, like I didn't see a lot of chimneys in my neighborhood, so it just didn't make sense to. I don't know. It just didn't make sense, the Santa uh myth or the Santa story. I mean,
Well, none of it made sense, and I remember thinking about. I remember even considering Santa's motivations. I was kind of like, why is he getting all these gifts that might be expensive? Like, why is he getting all these gifts and just
yeah,
randomly giving them
yeah,
away?
yeah, and then where does he get the money or that kind of thing? Like, I don't know. It was just weird. I don't think I really thought of it that in depth. Like, I just thought there was some Santa that walks around at festivals and gives away, a couple of gifts, and kind of sit by him and get your picture taken or whatever.
It's kind of weird when you look at it at the big picture. It's just promoting materialism. Like you go to, I want this physical object, and this physical
Yeah,
object will bring me happiness. And then you're kind of
yeah,
bribed. Well, you have to behave, and then you get. It's like all of it's kind of like indoctrination, subservience,
yeah,
training.
yeah.
Like,
I hated that. I hated that whole you have to behave. Yeah, if you're good. I fucking hated that shit. I don't know if I ever really followed that. I don't know.
well,
I mean, I was always a good
you
kid,
definitely
but
didn't
why the
follow.
fuck do I have
You
to
definitely
be
didn't
good?
follow. You definitely didn't follow. Pay attention, Maxwell. Like, listen, Maxwell. You definitely didn't follow any of that.
Oh, dude, well, I never got any gifts, so maybe it was based on, maybe it was based on that.
Oh, that's
If you paid attention, you'll get a lot of gifts. But
all right. So this article mentioned the legend of La Befana, which actually isn't known. I don't think it's too popular. I'm going to go over it real quick. In Italy, the legend of La Befana is popularly told around the time of the Epiphany. What does a Catholic holiday have to do with modern paganism? Well, La Befana happens to be a witch. According to folklore, on the night before the Feast of Epiphany, in early January, Befana flies around on her broom delivering gifts. Much like Santa Claus, she leaves candy, fruit, or small gifts in the stockings of children who are well behaved throughout the year. On the other hand, if a child is naughty, he or she can expect to find a lump of coal left behind by La Befana. La Befana's broom is for more than just practical transportation. She also will tidy up a messy house and sweep the floors before she departs for her next stop. This is probably a good thing since La Befana gets a bit sooty from coming down chimneys and it's only polite to clean up after oneself. She may wrap up her visit by indulging in the glass of wine or a plate of food left by parents as thanks. Some of the stories of La Befana involve a woman who is searching but unable to find the newborn infant Jesus. In some Christian legends, it is said that Befana had been visited by the three magi, or wise men, on their way to visit the baby Jesus. It's said that they asked her for directions, but Befana wasn't sure how to find the newborn infant. However, being a good housekeeper, she invited them to spend the night in her tidy little home. When the Magi left the next morning, they invited Befana to join them in their quest. Befana declined, saying that she had too much housework to do. but later changed her mind. She tried to find the wise men and the new baby, but was unable to now. She flies around on a broom delivering gifts to children. Perhaps she is still searching for the infant Jesus. Other stories depict La Befana as a woman whose children have died in a great plague, and she follows the wise men to Bethlehem. Before leaving her house, she packs up some simple gifts, a doll that belonged to one of her children, and a robe sewn from her own wedding dress. These plain gifts are all she has to give to the infant Jesus, but she is unable to locate him. Today, she flies around delivering gifts to other children in hopes of finding him. Betsy Woodruff at Slate describes yet another version of the story in which King Herod's soldiers kill her son. Delusional with grief, she leaves her home to search for him. Instead, she finds baby Jesus and gives him all her son's belongings. He blesses her, and now she travels the world blessing good children and punishing bad ones. Some scholars believe that the story of La Befana actually has pre-Christian origins. The tradition of leaving or exchanging gifts may relate to an early Roman custom that takes place in midwinter around the time of Saturnalia. Befana may also represent the passing of the old year, with the image of an old woman to be replaced by a new year. Today, many Italians, including those who follow the practice of Stregheria, celebrate a festival in La Befana's honor. What do you think about that? Have you ever heard of the La Befana myth of the witch flying around on a broomstick, going down chimneys and delivering gifts or coals?
No, I never heard about that, but I heard about the witch and the like Halloween stuff.
Wait, what? You
I
heard
never
about
heard of.
you
I
heard
never
about
heard of a.
witches? You know what a witch in general is, but you've never heard of La Befana.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Wait. Is that a popular thing?
It's not that popular. That's why I went over it.
Oh, okay.
So let's get into the Santa Claus conspiracy. But first, let's differentiate between Sinterklaas and Santa Claus. Sinterklaas and Santa.
Wait, there's three types.
There's two. There's
Okay.
Sinterklaas and Santa Claus.
Okay.
So the Sinterklaas and Santa Claus stories are well known and date back to the 4th century bishop Nicholas of Myra, now Demir, in southern Turkey. Legends of his generosity and kindness spread over Europe, and he became the patron saint of many groups, cities, and even countries. December 5th was the eve of his death and was commemorated with an annual feast in many European countries. Following the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century, some countries merged the St. Nicholas celebration with Christmas, but others stuck to December 5th. The characteristic features of benevolence and the exchange of gifts obviously hark back to legends around St. Nicholas. Local folklore was added, which resulted in different flavors for the celebrations in various countries. Dutch settlers in the New World celebrated St. Nicholas's Eve in the 17th century, and those celebrations evolved through contacts with immigrants of other nationalities. Concerning the transformation to Santa Claus, the importance of the author Washington Irving in 1809 and the 1823 poem A Visit from St. Nicholas, commonly known as The Night Before Christmas, is well documented, as are the drawings of Thomas Nast in the 1860s and the Coca-Cola advertisements in 1930s. The Dutch Sinterklaas, together with his helpers, is believed to distribute his presents on the evening of December 5th. He may also pay visits during the evenings and nights before the 5th of December, sometimes leaving candy in shoes set before the fireplace. But the main event is the evening of the 5th. Once delivered, the presents are unwrapped during that same evening. So that's pretty interesting. So Sinterklaas is the Dutch version, and Sint arrives amid great fanfare in mid-November before spending a couple of weeks parading around superciliously and tantalizing children with candy. So Sint is thought to be the incarnation of Saint Nicholas, who has been revered since the Middle Ages. Santa Claus is kind of a mix of Sinterklaas, Father Christmas, and Saint Nicholas. The appearance of Sinterklaas is more religious. He has a red papal gown and a white bishop's alb and a red mitre emblazoned with a cross. His golden crozier with curl detail is inspired by the pastoral staff carried by high-ranking church prelates. Sinterklaas charters a boat from Spain and then rides an elegant white-gray horse called a marigot when on Dutch soil. Santa Claus, conversely, travels by sleigh with 9 flying reindeer. Those reindeer must be in shape to be able to get Santa Claus from all those places, because Santa's pretty big, right? How much do you think Santa Claus weighs?
300 pounds maybe.
He kind of looks bigger than that.
Well,
I would guess closer to 400.
yeah.
Those reindeers must be jacked. So Sinterklaas apparently keeps track of well-behaved children in a large book. Now, check out how dark this is. Naughty children are supposedly snatched in their sleep, stuffed into sacks, and disappear. Is this some kind of like weird ancient human trafficking operation? I mean, that's dark.
That's crazy.
Sinterklaas doesn't leave coal. He just takes bad children away, like the boogeyman.
Wow. I guess parents used it as a tactic to keep them well behaved.
Some of the legends say the child is carried away and turned into a cookie. In parts of France, Saint Nicholas is accompanied by a cannibalistic child killer called Père Fouettard, or the Whipping Father. He flogs children who have been naughty and dispenses lumps of coal, leaving Saint Nick to bestow gifts to the good. In village parades at this time of year, sinister Père Fouettards grabs children and whisk them away. That's dark.
Yeah, that's some crazy dark shit, man.
In parts of Austria, when St. Nicholas makes a house call, he's accompanied by a demon named Krampus. While St. Nick rewards good children, Krampus beats the bad ones. Wearing fierce-looking masks, horns, and animal skins, he overturns tables, sets fire, grabs adults and children to spank them while St. Nicholas watches from the sidelines. Krampus is also a film. In Central European folklore, Krampus is a horned anthropomorphic figure described as a half-goat, half-demon during the Christmas season who punishes children who have misbehaved. Oh man, that's dark. So Krampus is mostly known in Austria and German-speaking Alpine region. He is a devilish figure who portrays Satan. December 5th is Krampusnacht, when Krampus reigns. In the real world, people might attend Krampus balls, or young men from the local Krampus group might don carved wooden masks, cowbells, chains, and elaborate costumes to run through the town of Krampelslauf. Krampus Run, frightening and sometimes beating bystanders. According to legend, Krampus will spend the night visiting each house. He might leave bundles of sticks for bad children, or he might hit them with the sticks instead. He might toss them into a sack or basket on his back and then throw it in a stream, or he might straight up take them to hell. The next day is Nikolstag, St. Nicholas's Day, the same Nicholas whose Dutch name Sinterklaas evolved into Santa Claus. In other words, it's time for presents for all the little girls and boys, that is, the ones who haven't already been beaten, damned, or drowned. Krampus may be a monster, but he pals around with Santa. Originally, Krampus was a purely pagan creation said to be the son of hell from Norse mythology, but he got grafted onto Christian tradition as sidekick of St. Nicholas, similar to figures like Zwarte Piet in the Netherlands and Nech Reprucht in Germany. Since the 17th century, the two have been linked in a sort of Christmassy yin-yang, with Krampus as St. Nick's dark companion. St. Nick brings the gifts, and Krampus brings the pain. They sound like a pro wrestling tag team. Krampus revelers will hit, push, and whip spectators at their parades. That's pretty funny. Here's a description from a tourist. The narrow streets in the old city section of Salzburg were packed with pedestrians as the Krampus stomped through. Many people were caught unaware and reacted with terror. Some would flee and try to seek refuge in a shop or restaurant, only to be pursued by a determined Krampus. With so many easy targets, we managed to escape largely unharmed. At times we were chased, jostled, and struck, but compared with the brutality we witnessed, it was obvious we had been spared the full brunt of what Krampus could muster. The writer went to Camp Sloughs in 3 cities and described savage beatings to people's thighs and shins, as well as a Krampus chasing down and sitting on a teenager. But despite the fear and bruises, it's all in good fun, and hey, at least they aim for the legs. That's pretty fun. That's pretty funny. Can you see that catching on in, like, America? Everybody would be sued and in prison.
Huh.
Here's another thing that's really weird. The appearance of Krampus varies, but he often has 1 human foot and 1 cloven hoof. Half man, half devil? Yeah, that's weird. Krampus has also been a fixture on Austrian holiday greeting cards since the 1800s, where he's shown pursuing women or menacing children. Some Austrian households had year-round decor meant to remind kids to stay good or Krampus would get them. In 1958, article about the Krampus legend in Styria, a state in southeast Austria, reports that Krampus would deliver gold-painted bundles of birch sticks to children, small versions of the bundle of twigs he would use to beat people. The families would hang the birch twigs on the wall for the rest of the year as decoration and to remind kids to stay in line. The article rather primly notes that the twigs are hung particularly in those houses where the behavior of the children merits the application of corporal correction. Have you heard child beating description be used as corporal correction?
That's crazy.
Between 1934 and 1938, when Austria was under fascist rule, Krampus was seen as a symbol of sin, anti-Christian ideals, and social democrats. Sinterklaas, Sin, Santa, Sinta. A lot of these names are very similar. The newspaper of the Austrian Catholic Union called for a Krampus boycott, and the government of Lienz, the capital of East Tyrol, forbade Krampus dances and further mandated that all aspiring St. Nicholases must be licensed by the city. They also pledged to arrest Krampus whenever they saw him. Though it didn't rise to the level of a ban, in 1953, the head of Vienna's kindergarten system also published a pamphlet calling Krampus an evil man and warning parents that celebrating him could scar their children for life. That's pretty funny, right?
I don't know about funny, but it's kind of messed up.
All right, are you ready to jump into the Satan Santa conspiracy?
Sure, let's do it.
So, are you ready, Maxwell? Is Santa Claus Satan's cause?
Okay.
The modern-day Santa Claus is an American version of St. Nicholas, a 4th century Roman Catholic bishop from Asia Minor who was noted for his good deeds in gift-giving. The tradition first spread throughout Europe and then found its way to America by the early Dutch settlers. However, God's word warns us to beware of tradition. Colossians 2:8. We shouldn't be surprised to find the devil right in the middle of the world's most celebrated holiday. Lucifer's desire has always been to dethrone God and exalt himself. Isaiah 14:12-15. He desires worship. Luke 4:7. And Thessalonians 2:3-4. So also in a lot of these conspiracy theories, Satan always comes in the name of good. So is Santa Claus good? Is Satan pretending to be good to spread his influence? So here are some of the arguments for Santa being Satan. Well, first of all, Santa is an acronym for Satan. And in a lot of these Illuminati conspiracy theories, acronyms and symbology are critical. And there's actually quite a few studies in psychology that shows that the effect of the brain, the letters don't have to be in order for the brain to process information. And I'm sure you've even seen those things online. Can you read this? Where it's a whole bunch, it's like a paragraph and it looks like nonsense.
Yeah, I sent you one.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, there's this whole paragraph where
So
All the words are
is
jumbled and
there
you can
some
still
kind
read.
of satanic conspiracy where Satan and demons can leech off your energy by you paying homage to them or giving them your energy? Because when you're praising Santa or you're loving Santa, you're actually loving Satan, because even though the letters are in different order, your subconscious mind still partakes in this satanic worship. Any thoughts on that, Maxwell?
That's very interesting. That's a real possibility.
So, a couple other things. Is Santa pretending to be Jesus as part of this ruse or scam to siphon worship? So, is Santa eternal? Has Santa always existed? Santa's basically immortal, right? He's always a fat old guy. Like, it's not like he just started one day and it's not like he's going to stop one day. He's portrayed as eternal, right?
That's interesting. It's not like we're not gonna have Santa Claus in 100 years from now. That's interesting.
And let's look at Revelations 1:8. Jesus Christ is eternal. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord, which is and which was and which is to come, the Almighty. Jesus is eternal. Santa is eternal. Santa Claus hails from the North Pole, a place above the world, as in the realm of heaven. And the Heavenly Father is, of course, in heaven. Does Jesus watch over all of us from heaven? So here's where it gets a little tricky, too. So even though red is the devil's color, Jesus Christ also supposedly is associated with the color red from Revelations 19:13, and he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. I don't know, he's depicted as wearing white, but I don't know, that one might be a little bit of a stretch. So this one's also a stretch. Santa has white hair. Jesus Christ also has white hair. Revelations 1:14. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as flame of fire. Here's a general one. So Jesus Christ ascended, and he gave gifts unto men. Ephesians 4:7-8. But unto every one of us is given grace according to the measure of the gift of Christ, wherefore he saith, when he ascended up high, he led captivity captive and gave gifts unto men. And then, of course, Santa Claus flies around in his sleigh giving gifts. So here's another one, kind of strange. Santa is coming soon. So during the Christmas season, it's emphasized many times, Santa is coming, Santa is coming. Well, Revelations 22:20. He which testifieth these things saith, surely I come quickly, amen, even so come, Lord Jesus. And when Jesus will come again, be resurrected, well, he was resurrected, came again, and the return of the Messiah will be imminent as well. So another one that is very, very interesting is Santa knows whether you're naughty or nice, right? He's omniscient. How does he know this information? He just knows. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good. That's Proverbs 15:3. Then we have Matthew 9:4. And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, wherefore think ye evil in your hearts? Another connected one to that is that Santa is everywhere, kind of like God. So he visits billions of homes within 24 hours. So how many thousands of homes is that per second? Maxwell,
He's
have
pretty
you done
fast.
Maxwell, have you done the Santa
Rudolph was flying fast. What?
have you done the Santa Claus math?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Wait, Rudolph flies at the speed of sound. I mean, that's the speed of light.
that still wouldn't be fast enough.
Really? Yeah, guess not.
Well, not
Cause
to
that's like a
mention,
blink. Like you blink and he's delivered your shit.
how strong is Santa and his magic reindeer to be able to carry billions of gifts of various sizes? Or does he return to the North Pole to refuel and like to restock the gifts? Because like how, or does he have a infinite sack where he has all of the gifts? It's like a bottomless pit where he could just pull out endless gifts.
I think he duplicates himself like to each individual, so he just duplicates to a billion. Santa's and then just does it in 1 second.
In either case, Matthew 28:18 says, "All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth." So Santa is all powerful that he is able to do this. He has God-like powers. Are you supposed to be worshiping and celebrating Santa Claus, or is all worship reserved for only the Most High? Once again, this is not a podcast about the existence of God or Santa Claus. It is a podcast of ideologies. The religious people who are giving their energy to Santa Claus, their praise and love, should that only be reserved to the Most High in their religion? Or in any religion, actually. This is beyond religion. If we're talking about an archon demonic conspiracy that is leeching off the energy of your thoughts, even if you're not religious and you celebrate Christmas, if this conspiracy is true, are you a pawn, an unwitting pawn in this game of satanic worship? Let's get into the Webster definition of an elf. Do you know how an elf is defined?
Yeah, how's the elf defined?
As a spirit or a nightmare, a ghost, a hag, or a witch.
Damn.
So Santa has all these elves helping him. Are these demonic entities that are assisting Satan himself masquerading as Santa Claus?
Damn, so weird.
The conspiracy runs deep, Maxwell.
I'll stick with the Christmas tree and the fucking gifts, and I'm good. Santa could go, in his little sleigh and with Rudolph and fly away somewhere else.
Elves are also defined as preternatural beings with magical powers that are mischievous in human affairs. So Christmas is very, very occult, is it not?
Very cult-like. Occult-like, yeah.
So let's look at the word Christmas itself. Christ and Mass. So Mass is celebrated at midnight on the eve of December 25th. Mass is defined as a public celebration of the Eucharist in Roman Catholic Church and some Protestant churches. Christ originated from the Greek word Christos, meaning the anointed. And Christmas is shortened with the word as Xmas, right?
Yeah, I've seen that before, but a lot of Christians get offended if you write that on a Christmas card or something. Xmas, like they think it's like, I don't know, satanic or some shit.
And I will explain why. But in certain occult teachings, X represents the X chromosome, which was supposedly artificially inserted into our DNA by alien gods using genetic engineering. We're going Anunnaki in the Christmas conspiracy.
I can't believe we're going that deep. That's crazy.
We're going crazy. The 22nd letter of the Greek alphabet is actually chi, which the X represents, and it means Christ. And of course, this is before Jesus Christ, that all of these definitions are what they are. X is also represents sexual activity, so sex, S-E-X, and then movies rated X, so you're putting X mass on abbreviation. In Latin, mass means manly, virile, brave, noble, masculine, or the male sex. And in the Roman holiday Saturnalia, of course, sex was celebrated as well. Now that does sound kind of satanic. Roman courts were closed. Roman citizens were allowed to do anything because it was a period of lawlessness. There were also human sacrifices, widespread intoxication, rape, and other sexual license, consuming human-shaped biscuits, still produced in some English and most German bakeries during the Christmas season. Now, you want to get to a dark part of one of the darkest parts of this Christmas conspiracy? Christmas lights. Do you put up Christmas lights, Maxwell, or have you in the past?
Sometimes to light up a small room, like a vehicle or or
Check this out. X is the 24th letter of the English alphabet. So this is December. And if we relate this to December 24th, which is Christmas Eve or Xmas Eve, And another letter we can relate to Christmas is the letter Y, which is the 25th letter of the English alphabet. Christmas is the 25th. So we have X and Y representing the human chromosomes in human cells that just happen to be the 24th and the 25th letters, which just happen to coincide when we're talking about Christmas. Is that deep enough for you, Maxwell?
It's just funny coincidence.
Everything is a coincidence. Well, let's get to this. Is it a coincidence that the word chromosome comes from the Greek words chroma and soma? Chroma means color, soma means body. So the human DNA is made up of colors and frequency bands. Some people actually even call this human chakras. Some people even relate the word human. What is a human? HUE means a gradation or variety of color. What happens when you put hue and man together? HUEMAN is a hue man. Some people also relate this to auras, where people's auras are a certain color or a gradation of a color. So what about Christmas lights? When you're putting up alternating lights, kind of like X and Y chromosomes, symbolically, are you offering your X and Y chromosomes or DNA as gifts to the dark forces, to Satan and the demons? Symbology is one of the main proofs that people like to use in the Illuminati conspiracy theory, and taking that even further, the demonic Illuminati conspiracy theory. What do you think,
That's
Maxwell?
that's interesting. Um, I don't know. That's kind of deep.
You want to hear another coincidence?
Sure.
Do you want to, one of the acronyms for gift, a gift acronym, GIFT?
Yeah.
Gamete intrafallopian tube transfer. Gamete intrafallopian tube transfer, a process that involves removing a woman's eggs, mixing them with sperm, and immediately placing them into a fallopian tube.
Okay.
What a coincidence that's gift, right? GIFT.
Yes, that's a coincidence.
Let's go back to the Christmas tree for a second. Does the Christmas tree represent the human spine and the tree of life? Now, the spine connects to your skull, so which of course is a dome that houses your pineal gland. You know all about your pineal gland, right, Maxwell?
Well, no, not really, but I hear it's I don't know. What is it about?
Some people call it your third eye. You can have a third eye awakening. It just gives you knowledge of truth and the universe, and the current human diet and chemicals and all that results in the calcification of the pineal gland, basically rendering it useless and you becoming a zombie of your potential self.
Ah, I see.
Easy to manipulate by the manipulators. So some people, again, in these crazy theories, they are saying that a pine tree is used to represent because of your pineal gland, and you put a star on top of the Christmas tree as kind of representing the kingdom of your body. Is your body for sale for gifts? So they just put the gifts under your body and you give up your body, your DNA, your soul. Is this all part of the demonic, satanic Christmas conspiracy, Maxwell?
I don't know. I think it's kind of weird because like if people don't know about it, like it's probably more influential to both of us since we've learned this.
I would argue
But,
the opposite, because the subconscious mind is more powerful than the conscious mind.
well, what I'm saying, yeah, but don't they have to at least learn it subliminally somehow? Like, well, I guess they have, like, just doing the act itself.
Yes, that's, well, according to the conspiracy theory, that's how it works. Yes.
Uh, it's weird. Like, uh, I, okay, I guess, yeah, I guess, and they have different emotions towards it, which is more powerful, I guess, to those who like to those who manufactured these behaviors.
Well, and all of these conspiracy theories are kind of hinged on the fact that your consent is required. So if you're not doing so it doesn't necessarily matter if your conscious mind is aware of this, because if your subconscious mind is aware of this, that's giving your consent. Whereas if you understand all of this and take the commercialism, once again, the 666 connection to Satan and Saturn, that's all a representation of physical reality and materialism. So if you take the materialism out of Christmas and you're left with only the good, and if you're just emanating love and kindness during the season and all of the year, I don't think you have too much to worry about. But some of these conspiracies are very, very dark, to say the least.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's almost as bad as the Halloween episode we did.
Yeah, but the Halloween episode, people were expecting the occult and darkness for that one.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. People aren't expecting this one.
Well, maybe some of them are. This is MINDSHOCK after all.
uh,
Also, the tree is made out of wood. If it's holy wood is used for magic wands and doing magic or occult. And you're bringing that into your house and decorating.
that was the most fun. That was a lot of fun growing up, like decorating the Christmas tree. It's kind of cool. Like you get these little ornaments and just hang them. I don't know. It was kind of cool. It was fun. But I guess I summoned demons and shit.
So the recommendation from some of these occultists is to mostly not do the Christmas tree. Because that's
Of all the things.
well, yeah, because you're also, because of the presence that you're putting under the tree, you're kind of offering symbolically your body, your DNA, your soul as the sacrifice in exchange for materialism, in exchange for physical gifts. So, once again, we hope you enjoyed another edition of the Mind Shock podcast. And we hope you do have a holly jolly holiday season with family and friends, and it brings you much joy and happiness, regardless of how you choose to celebrate it. If you like the podcast, feel free to share it and link to it and the channel. And you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Leave any questions, comments, suggestions, and we will read all of them and get to all of them. We got a bunch of podcasts coming up. Make sure you check out our social media too, like our Facebook page, also on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire,
And Maxwell Pack.
wishing you a merry holiday season. Have a good one.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mind Shock. This is our Christmas Day episode. The most bizarre, outrageous, insane Christmas crimes. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire, and this will be our Christmas True Crime episode. So thanks for joining us. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If it's still not working, you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock to manually peruse our ever-expanding, ever-growing catalog and see the latest episodes when they drop. You could also check us out on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier.
Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And if you like this particular episode, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms so we can bring logic and reason to examining a multitude of topics: true crime, the paranormal, conspiracies, and anything and everything in between in a logical fashion, trying not to fall for logical fallacies, which are ever present everywhere in the mainstream. All right, so hopefully everyone out there is having a happy and safe holiday season. And we will go over some of the craziest crimes of Christmas. So this is actually from lawandcrime.com. Has compiled this list. We'll be going over a couple different lists. And this is Matt Nahum's article posted on December 24th, 2018. It is often said that the truth is stranger than fiction, and yes, the Grinch has absolutely nothing on the most bizarre Christmas-related crimes committed in recent memory. Domestic violence over unwanted gifts, ceramic squirrel stabbings, Christmas light theft, and crack pipe Santa Clauses only scratch the surface. And to the point of, I think JR mentioned some of these crime stats, that Thanksgiving and Christmas are some of the most crime-ridden holidays, where police are on call quite a bit more often than other times. Murders, assaults, everything is up. And is that because of the stress of the holidays? Is that because modern living in society is so mentally ill that some people just can't handle it? I actually think this will be a good time for an Aldous Huxley quote. I probably said this one before, but I'll say it again. It's probably good to hear around Christmas time. So this is Aldous Huxley, author of Brave New World. The real hopeless victims of mental illness are to be found among those who appear to be most normal. Many of them are normal because they are so well adjusted to our mode of existence, because their human voice has been silenced so early in their lives that they do not even struggle or suffer or develop symptoms as the neurotic does. They are normal not in what may be called the absolute sense of the word. They are normal only in relation to a profoundly abnormal society. Their perfect adjustment to that abnormal society is a measure of their mental sickness. These millions of abnormally normal people living without fuss in a society to which, if they were fully human beings, they ought not to be adjusted. And is this not adjusted, this unadjusted state, become evident around the holidays, and more people mentally break or snap? Or is it simply a case of being off from work and imbibing more alcohol than usual? I mean, a lot of different possibilities here, but let's continue on with the article here. He wanted a remote control airplane. She gave him a Nintendo Wii. It didn't go well. Let's go back to Christmas in 2009, when a Portsmouth, New Hampshire couple had, in their own words, quote, a bad Christmas. Randy Young gave Heath Blom a Nintendo Wii for Christmas. He wanted a remote control airplane instead. His girlfriend was not pleased with his response and got up to leave, but Blom grabbed her by the hair as she went. Young wasn't having it. She turned around and slugged him. We just had a bad Christmas, Young said. That's putting it lightly. Both of them ended up bruised and charged with misdemeanor assault. The judge was not pleased and actually ordered Young to get a job within 21 days. The judge also ordered Young to provide proof that she was sending out applications. So this is bizarre on so many levels. I mean, wow, this judge, wow, talk about overstepping constitutional bounds. I mean, now judges are ordering people to get a JOB just because they, I don't know. Not to mention, who's pressing charges here? So if this occurred on private property, are they charging each other? Because if they're not pressing charges and they're saying they're not injured parties, so if there's no injured party, there is no crime. So if they're both denying that they're injured parties, or are they both pressing charges against each other? That's not quite clear here. But let's get a little bit more detailed. So this is an article from seacoastonline.com, Bad Christmas Lands Couple in Court. Portsmouth, a South Street, this article is written by Elizabeth Deenan, January 12, 2009. Portsmouth, a South Street couple was arraigned Monday on his and hers assault charges, alleging counter-assaults during a Christmas Day fight over an unwanted gift. So it looks like they did press charges against each other. A South Street couple was arraigned Monday on his and hers assault charges. Okay. We just had a bad Christmas. Randy Young, 24, told why are they're giving her address here online, doxing on official news websites. That's kind of messed up. Is it really that necessary to give her address in a news article online? Wow. Randy Young, 24, told District Court Judge Sawaki Gardner while asking the judge to lift a no-contact order imposed at the time of her arrest. Young is charged with a Class A misdemeanor count of simple assault, alleging she hit her boyfriend, Heath Blom, 26, of the same address. So this occurred on their private property. Police allege that the Christmas fisticuffs began after Blom complained about getting a Wii from Young for Christmas instead of the remote control airplane he asked for. So this is a 26-year-old complaining about getting a Wii instead of a remote control airplane from his 24-year-old girlfriend. He was upset and rude, and she started leaving, said Lieutenant Rodney McQuaid. He grabbed her by the hair, and she turned around and hit him. Both were bruised at the time of their arrests, according to police. Blom is also charged with a misdemeanor count of simple assault, in his case alleging the hair pulling. During his Monday arraignment, Blom told the court that he would be hiring attorney Jim Loring and asked the judge to dismiss an order prohibiting from contacting Young. The judge denied both requests to dismiss the no-contact orders. Wait a second. So they want to be in contact with each other, and the judge is not allowing them to be? Wow, okay, talk about totalitarian police states. This is bizarre. This is a lot more bizarre than I thought it would be. Police were called and you both got charged. See, I don't understand that either. Who's charging whom with what? So are they charging each other or not? Because it looks like they might not be charging each other. This article is also not 100% clear. Police were called, you both got charged. It's pretty serious, she said. That's not going to happen today. So let me get this straight. This judge is prohibiting adults from willingly contacting each other. So judges refuse to grant restraining orders, like even in cases where there's clear evidence that someone's stalking somewhere else. They refuse. There's just not enough evidence that that person is going to harm them, or whatever they call it, a burden on the system, whatever they want to call it or excuse it. But adults, consenting adults who want to contact each other are not allowed to. Wow, New Hampshire is really messed up. This is crazy. This is crazy. Young was court-ordered to get a job within 21 days and provide the court with proof that she has submitted 5 job applications a week. Not 4, not 3, but 5. Blom reported he works as an independent contractor specializing in bathrooms and kitchens. Personal recognizance bail was maintained for both, and they are scheduled to return to the court for March 24th trials. Wow. This is some BS. So this couple got into a fight, whatever, and you could see from their pictures, from their mugshots, I don't really see any bruising. There's some light red under the guy's eye, so I guess that's where she punched him. Doesn't look too bad. I actually can't really see any bruising on her face. I can't tell if that's like a pimple or something on her nose. Perhaps her nose is slightly brushed red from either a scuffle or whatever, maybe even her chin. If she either fell, he pulled her hair, maybe she fell on something, I don't know. But it's not, this is really far from assaults and bad. This is really nothing. And the judge, so on what grounds? Clearly, okay, either she borrowed money. How does she have money to buy him a Nintendo Wii without a job, but yet the judge wants her to have a job because she punched her boyfriend one time after he pulled her hair? So if this account is true, he pulled her hair first. She retaliated. You could even argue defend if that would be self-defense. If someone's pulling your hair, you can punch them. Doesn't matter who's a man or a woman. So she punched her boyfriend who allegedly was pulling her hair, if this is all true. And now she's court ordered to get a job for defending herself after buying her boyfriend a Christmas present, which he happened not to like. I mean, is this Twilight Zone or what? So this is Judge, let's see here. This is Judge Sawako Gardner. So this is how this judge operates, as if this judge is judge, jury, executioner, not allowing consenting adults to contact each other. I mean, wow. I really don't know what to make of this case. I didn't think this would be this insane going through this list. Obviously, this is nothing. This is nothing. Someone got their hair pulled, someone got punched. This happens a million times all the time with no police getting called in a lot of cases. It's not like they really were extremely bruised and battered. And even if they were, I mean, if they're consenting adults and they're refusing to press charges against each other, I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. I mean, all you MindShock listeners out there, feel free to jump in and try to decipher this for me. But this judge literally has nothing else to do. Where there's all these other cases where there's evidence of stalking and and restraining orders are not granted. I mean, it's just insane. All right, let's move on here back to the Law and Crime article. Intruder decorates home for Christmas. It was a pretty unnerving event in 2011 when a boy, then 11 years old, spotted a 44-year-old burglar stranger in his Vandalia, Ohio home. Terry Trent described high on bath salts. You don't hear about bath salts too often anymore. I mean, I remember a time numerous years ago where there were cases daily of people just flipping out on bath salts. But anyway, had broken into the home, but unfortunately he didn't mean any harm. What he actually did was put up Christmas decorations and lounge around. He lit candles, hung a wreath on the garage door, then kicked back and watched some TV with the volume turned up loud. No one disclosed what he was watching, but we're just going to hazard a guess that it was Christmas themed. The 11-year-old boy saw what Trent was doing around the house and called his mom, who was actually next door at the time at the neighbors. Trent was described as polite and said to the child, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I'll get my things and go." That's pretty funny. I guess the harder question here would be, why was the home undecorated in the first place? And there's a more in-depth article here on CBS News by Barry Leibowitz on November 16th, 2011. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Oh, okay, so it looks like this was well before Christmas, and that's why it was undecorated. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas at one home in a Dayton, Ohio suburb, thanks to a man who police say broke in and started hanging up Yuletide decorations. They also say the burglar, who was already in the holiday spirit, was high on bath salts, reported CBS affiliate WOIO. Terry Trent, 44, was arrested and charged with wait, how is that burglary? Decorating a house is burglary? Huh. I mean, we got some really bizarre charges occurring here. So, okay, so burglary, technically, it can also be called breaking and entering. Illegally entering a building or other areas to commit a crime. Usually that offense is theft, but most jurisdictions include others within the ambit of burglary. So, entry into a building illegally with intent to commit a crime. So, how are they measuring the intent? So I guess decorating someone's house with Christmas decorations against their will, or not that they wouldn't want it decorated, but perhaps they didn't want it decorated that early. I mean, isn't this more of a trespass than a burglary? I don't know. But anyway, according to the station, when an 11-year-old boy found the man sitting on the couch after he had done some Christmas decorating around the house. Vandalia police said Trent entered through one of the home's back doors. So it's unclear if the door was already open. I mean, yeah, obviously. See, what's breaking and entering? See, wouldn't this actually be a trespass? But anyway. And made himself comfortable lighting candles on the coffee and kitchen tables, as well as having the television's volume on very loudly. I guess they could argue that crime is disturbing the peace. So if you're gonna trespass or illegally enter someone's property to disturb the peace, turn their TV up real loud, that is still burglary. Trent had also hung a Christmas wreath on the back garage door. When discovering that Trent was watching television and playing with the boy's things, so he also played with his toys? The 11-year-old boy called his mother, who was next door at their neighbor's house. WOIO reported. The mother told police that Trent attempted to be polite to the boy. He was arrested without incident, but police did find that he was carrying a pocket knife. He said to him, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I'll get my things and go," the boy's mother told to WOIO. One man who was working with Trent last week described him as a very caring person involved with the Boy Scouts and a local church program to help convicted felons currently in prison. But he wasn't acting well that day, the man said, describing Trent as mentally unstable. Police indicated that Trent, who is being held in Montgomery County Jail, has a history of drug charges. So, an adult using plants somehow makes this case worse. Okay, so yeah, that's quite bizarre, but obviously that's, this isn't a guy that actually assaulted or killed anybody. But let's get to some more disturbing cases. Still bizarre, but even more disturbing. Mall Santa allegedly groped an 18-year-old elf. Massachusetts Mall Santa Herbert Jones was banned in 2013 after he allegedly groped an 18-year-old woman dressed as an elf. The two of them were working at a phone booth together when Jones allegedly pinched her buttocks and made suggestive comments. Jones pleaded not guilty to indecent assault and battery and was told not to come back to the Hanover Mall. He was also ordered not to dress up as Santa. Wait a second. Wait a second. So he can't dress up as Santa not at the mall? So he can't dress up as Santa in, let's say, in a public street? What about for Halloween? I mean, some of this is really weird stuff. But Jones said this was all a misunderstanding. While the woman recalled him saying, "I wish you were a few years older and I was younger," and groping her rear end, Jones said he never did anything of the sort and that he would have never done something like that. "I did not touch that girl," he said, saying that while he was seated on his Santa throne, the elf lady walked by him and brushed up against his hand. Jones claimed that he pulled away to avoid touching her. He also said that his remarks about being younger were not sexual. He claimed that he wished he was young again so he could do life differently. The elf apparently quit her job after this incident. So, obviously, unfortunate situation. This actually reminds me of, I was at the mall one time, not during Christmas time, and there was a group of troublemaking teenage girls, and what they would do is they would actually, they would sneak up on, let's say, a woman and a man that were standing next to each other, and they would pinch the butt of the girl and then, move away so it looked like the guy had done it and caused quite a bit of trouble doing that. I'm not saying that's what happened in this case, but it just reminded me of that because it's, in these situations, it is possible that both of these people could have been telling the truth. Again, let's not fall for logical fallacies. I don't actually know why this is on the list. I mean, all these crimes, these are the weirdest non-severe crimes in terms of people losing life or limb or things of that nature. They're just really, really bizarre. But I'm sure, I don't know, the whole thing with Santa Claus and kids sitting on Santa's lap, that whole thing is really bizarre. I don't know. Parents are just okay with their children sitting on some stranger's lap. A lot of times these guys are alcoholics. Everybody's seen Bad Santa probably. It's weird. Personally, I would not allow my child to sit on any stranger's lap. It's just weird. And there's a lot of weird incidents like this one that occur, unfortunately. There needs to be more security. I guess, why was there no security next in that area? If they're working a photo booth and there's a lot of people there, shouldn't there be security there in the first place? Because if there was a security, what about, so this occurred in 2013, so there's no security videos anywhere in the mall? Because how easy would it be to verify whether the incident occurred, whether another person was brushing up against him at the moment where that caused some kind of contact that might have not been intentional? And or not, because if the incident was caught on video and there wasn't anyone there and it was definitely the guy, the Santa Claus, which again, I mean, it wouldn't be that surprising either way. So, but apparently if the elf quit her job after the incident, then most likely she was not lying. I don't know. But so, yeah, another bizarre case. I actually can't believe we spent that much time on that, but let's move on. She stabbed her man with a ceramic squirrel. Okay, so this is getting more disturbing. Also, in 2013, a 44-year-old North Charleston, South Carolina woman was not about to let the holidays pass without stocking up on brewskis. Helen Williams unleashed her wrath on her husband when he came back home without any beer. Williams allegedly, this is actually really, this isn't funny. I mean, that part's funny, but the next part's not funny. Williams allegedly beat and stabbed her man with a ceramic squirrel because stores were closed on Christmas Eve, meaning that there would be no beer to guzzle. The victim was found on the floor covered in blood, and Williams apparently explained that he fell. The Charleston County Sheriff's Office wanted to know why Williams was herself covered in blood. After that, the story got a little bit more context. The man said that Williams attacked because he didn't bring home beer. Williams was charged with domestic violence for stabbing her man in the shoulder and chest with a ceramic squirrel. It's not immediately clear why the squirrel was the weapon of choice. So in this case, if she actually wasn't inebriated at the time, like a lot of these crimes obviously occur when individuals are drunk, but if she was drunk on the last beer that they had and she wanted more beer, that makes a little bit more sense. But if she was 100% sober, I mean, that's bizarre. It doesn't really say how long they've been married or if there were any other previous incidents. So that's messed up. That's a messed up case. All right, let's move on to the faked heart attack shopper. I wonder how often this happens, too, because it seems like older people could get away with this. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so if you need to get some Christmas shopping done, just bring a friend along, have them fake a heart attack, and walk out with the goods. Actually, don't. That strategy didn't work. In 2014, at Walmart, in the weeks leading up to Christmas, Terrace Scott and Gerard Dupree allegedly hatched a plan whereby Dupree would fake a heart attack to distract security and the other would steal a motorized Barbie car and vacation house. It would have been quite a haul, as these items were worth $369. That's not quite a haul. And that's 4 years ago. This iteration of I've fallen and I can't get up fooled people at first. But Dupree casually got up, left the store slowly, and met up with Scott outside. They drove off in the same car. And oh, by the way, this was all caught on surveillance camera. The two would later be charged with grand theft. They also had 30 plus arrests between the two of them. All right, so, okay, all right. Let's dissect this one. So, okay, they're gonna leave. So he's after faking the heart attack. He's gonna casually just get up and leave. I mean, wow. So apparently all they got was a Barbie car, a Leapfrog tablet, and a Barbie Glam vacation house worth a combined $369. So they hatched this whole plan, did all this stuff for $369. And then they're making off in the same car. I mean, that's a mistake, of course. I mean, these guys have this many arrests. I mean, I guess that's why they get arrested so many times, because there's just not a lot of logic here. All right, let's move on. This one's getting freaky. Okay, this one didn't happen until just the new year, but come on, this man is legally named Santa Claus. Allow us to set the scene. Weeks after Christmas 2015, in Post Falls, Idaho, a man legally named Santa Claus. So I don't know if they said here that So did his parents name him Santa Claus or did he change his name? Okay, he was busted for DUI after he was observed driving the wrong way. The 67-year-old man, who was as bearded as you would expect, was a resident of Washington State. And there was not a sleigh or reindeer in sight, although this could have had a tragic ending. The charge against Santa Claus was reduced to misdemeanor reckless driving. So I guess they wanted to give him a break since he was Santa Claus. Well, what if this was the real Santa Claus? He did plead guilty and paid out $700. Santa Claus apparently reeked of alcohol when he was contacted by police. He said he had 3 of 4 beers at a local bar. 3 of 4? What does that mean? Does that mean he ordered 4 and only drank 3? But 2 BAC samples came out to 0.13 and 0.119. In other words, significant intoxication. So this guy actually does look like Santa Claus. Oh man. All right. This is funny. Supposedly he was cooperative throughout, according to law enforcement. This is like a plot to a movie. All right, let's move on to Put Down the Crack Pipe Volunteer Santa. New Jersey. A 66-year-old volunteer Santa Claus named Charles Smith was arrested in 2017 on drug charges. Smith, a former New Jersey Transit employee and Toys for Tots volunteer, was allegedly found with a crack pipe on his person. The arrest occurred after Smith was pulled over for an unspecified motor vehicle violation. The crack pipe and the Santa Claus costume were allegedly out in the open and easily observed. Authorities also said they found empty bags of crack and heroin and hypodermic needles. All right. You know what's funny, though, is if Bad Santa, the Billy Bob Thornton movie, if that was more of a documentary than people think. I mean, what are the private lives of mall Santas really like? That sounds like a Netflix documentary that needs to be made. All right, let's move on. NBD, just a Christmas Day brawl at Waffle House. It wouldn't be a complete Christmas Day without brawling at Waffle House, right? Supposedly, that's what these pugilists felt back in 2017. Things went off the rails at Fayetteville, North Carolina grub spot early Christmas morning, around 12:35 a.m. to be exact. Several people were involved in a brawl that absolutely trashed this Waffle House. As you can see, some of the people trying to break up this fight were wearing Santa hats. It's not even clear why this happened and how it started in the first place, but when police got there, they arrested Jasmine Jackson. At the time the video went viral, the man who posted it commented that he was, quote, just trying to eat. End quote. Jackson was charged with damage to real property, assault as opposed to fake property, assault and battery, and simple misdemeanor possession of marijuana. They got to get those drug charges in. So the Miami Herald actually reported this as well. There is a video. So let's check out this video. It doesn't look like that big of a brawl. I mean, a lot of these incidents just seem to be relatively minor. Actually, you know, there's people brawling. It's a Christmas brawl. I mean, the place is getting trashed, but, I mean, you know, it's not the most extreme brawl out there. All right, let's move on. Man arrested after telling kids Santa Claus isn't real. So, just a couple of weeks ago in 2018, a 31-year-old man in Cleburne, Texas, showed up outside of a church and told children Santa Claus wasn't real. Aaron Urbanski was arrested for trespassing. Urbanski was one of 3 people protesting out of a Breakfast with Santa event. I mean, what exactly were they protesting? Seriously, unlike the others, Urbanski didn't want to leave. Police said, okay, you are under arrest for criminal trespassing. So this is outside of a church. I'm assuming this is on church property. The mayor couldn't resist scolding this man for this incident. Don't mess with Santa, Cleburne Mayor Scott Kane said. Guess they wanted coal in their stockings to go with the court appearance. I mean, that's not very funny, Mayor. All right, so I'm actually surprised this doesn't happen more often. How many people who let's say people who don't believe in Santa Claus or don't believe in lying to their children and making these I don't know, putting up these fairy tales. We've talked about this in the past on other episodes, particularly in regards to conspiracies and authority worship. I mean, you're kind of harboring distrust in children by lying to them, telling them there's this fat man who rides in a flying sleigh with reindeer and gives them presents. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, and some of that ideology can pass over into adults that become hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship and scientism, where they just believe authorities. And does this all start with children and holidays and Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy and the occult elements? Obviously, if you haven't checked out the Christmas Conspiracy, the definitive Christmas Conspiracy podcast on MindShock, check that out. It's a nearly 2-hour long podcast where we go into the occult origins of Christmas and everything the Christmas conspiracies entail from different parts of the world. So here's an Associated Press article here, December 8th, 2018. Man arrested in Texas after telling kids Santa isn't real. Police say 31-year-old protester who told children Santa Claus is not real has been arrested for trespassing at a North Texas church. You know what's funny? In 2018, they were arresting people for talking and saying Santa Claus wasn't real. And in 2020, people can burn down and loot cities and not get arrested. It's just kind of funny. But anyway, Urban Urbanski was arrested Saturday after authorities were called to a church in Cleburne, which was hosting a Breakfast with Santa event. Police say they found 3 people demonstrating outside the church after responding to a trespassing complaint. I mean, what were they what were they protesting? I would like to hear more clarification there. But authorities say Urbanski refused to leave and continued to cause a disturbance. Okay. All right. Let's move on here. Person steals holiday lights. Again, just weeks ago, someone in La Quinta, California did the unthinkable. A person dressed in all black, that's surprising, was caught on camera showing up at someone's doorstep and stealing Christmas lights before driving away. I mean, I really do wonder how often these types of crimes happen, because it seems like with the amount of crazy people out there, this should happen more often, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Or this person just compiled a very lazy list. Chris Miller was the resident affected, and he posted a video on Facebook to warn other people that this malcontent was on the loose. There's a guy on the loose stealing Christmas lights. It's the Grinch. After the video was posted, local news contacted Miller and he said what we're all thinking. They're Christmas decorations. What kind of a person would do that, he said. The humanity. Oh, man. All right. Christmas thief in La Quinta. Here's our home security footage of this guy stealing lights out of our front yard at midnight, night before last. You can also see his white car at the end of the clip. This guy car looked familiar to anyone. So some guy dressed all in black driving a white car. That narrows it down. All of that for $30 worth of Christmas decorations. This thief will, without question, be getting coal for Christmas. Oh man, that is funny. That is funny stuff. All right, let's move on to some more crazy Christmas crimes. This is coming from Medium.com from author Michael Anarino. November 29th, 2019. The Christmas season is just as wonderful as it is stressful and chaotic. While many families experience joyous gatherings with loved ones, others take a more extreme approach to holiday celebrations. To shed some light on some of the more insane, mind-boggling, or mind-shocking, if you will, occurrences of the holiday season, we've curated this list of the craziest Christmas crimes in history. Although not all of these crimes took place on Christmas, the cheerful season is the intriguing through line within each and every one of these 5 tales. The case of the drunken Christmas float driver, Columbia, South Carolina. The first story on our list of the craziest Christmas crimes takes us back 13 years. During the Anderson Christmas Parade in 2006, onlookers were in for quite a surprise. The celebration endured quite a ruckus when one of the floats broke formation and sped off down Main Street, with passengers still on top of the float. During the parade, 42-year-old David Allen Rogers was tasked with helming the aforementioned float. The float set voyage with multiple people atop it, including Rogers' own child. It turns out that just before the event began, Rogers began consuming alcohol, which police later discovered in his vehicle, opened and partially consumed. As mentioned before, Rogers eventually broke formation during the parade and took his float speeding up the road and blasted right through a red traffic light. The frightening ordeal forced one of the people on board to call 911 for help. However, when the police arrived, Rogers kept driving for 3 miles before pulling over. Unfortunately, the chaos did not stop there. Once Rogers pulled over, he attempted to assault the police officer at the scene. Eventually, he was subdued and faced with over 3 dozen charges, which included DUI, assaulting an officer, and 18 counts of kidnapping. If a runaway Christmas float and 18 counts of kidnapping don't equate to one of the craziest Christmas crimes of all time, then I don't know what does. I mean, obviously, again, with the kind of year that 2020 has been, I didn't want to get too gruesome or morbid, so these crimes are not deaths and maimings, but yeah, very, very bizarre. I mean, see, this is something that I don't think would happen that often, Christmas float hijackings or hijinks of this nature. All right, let's move on to the case of the bank robbing Santa Claus in Southern California. The next stop on our guide of craziest Christmas crimes dates back over 30 years. In mid-April 1988, 45-year-old Michael J. Anderson escaped from federal prison. Following his escape, Anderson went on a spree of robberies. He robbed around 33, that's an ominous number, Southern California banks. Was around 33, so not around 32 or 34, but around 33. Before police finally arrested him in La Puente, police were only able to locate him thanks to a tip from someone who recognized him from wanted posters which appeared in local newspapers at the time. Anderson earned the moniker, the Santa Claus Bandit, because of his long grayish-white hair and gray beard he wore during many of the robberies. So not all of them, just many. Upon arrival at the La Puente residence, police arrested both Anderson and the owner of the home, 40-year-old Ernest Martinez. They arrested Anderson on robbery charges, as well as federal arrest warrant. Martinez, on the other hand, was charged with violating his parole. This is right out of a movie, too. Supposedly, Anderson never used a weapon in his robberies, and no injuries were reported. His average take was about $1,500 per robbery. That hardly seems to be worth the trouble, but this is some kind of Santa Claus, some kind of benevolent Santa Claus that robs banks but never uses a weapon or hurts anybody. Wacky, wacky stuff. All right. The other crimes mentioned here were the ones I already went over. The ceramic squirrel stabbing, the fake heart attacker, and the home invasion in Vandalia. So some random other accounts I was able to locate that are just really, really wacky. Santa Claus is coming to Buffalo Wild Wings with weed. This was from New York, nydailynews.com. A man claiming to be Santa Claus, I guess he's claiming to be the real Santa Claus, was arrested in January when police discovered him giving away stocking stuffers at a local Buffalo Wild Wings restaurant, according to the Monterey Herald. Police booked the apparently well-intentioned but clueless Randy Lange, 57, on charges of furnishing marijuana after the man allegedly entered the sports bar carrying a duffel bag packed with 2 pounds of Christmas cheer, which he then began doling out among patrons. Lange entered the restaurant and began approaching customers, declaring that he was Santa Claus, not simply some dime a dozen imposter, and handing them chunks of ganja wrapped in napkins. Lange even stuffed a large amount of the substance into the bar's tip jar before cops caught up with him. Police are still seeking the elves responsible for cultivating the drug. So yeah, going around giving people plants as gifts is just, wow, that's where the police attention is. Not on all the murderers and rapists, but on the people giving away plants for free, because that's really the biggest problem in the world. All right, let's check this one out. A reptilian Christmas story. Are you dreaming of a slithery, snake-filled Christmas? Donald Lagaste Jr. was when he was charged with stealing 3 snakes and a cash register from a Louisiana pet store. In December 2012, the owner of Delta Pets in Slidell summoned police after noticing that the store's door had been pried open and a $600 python and 2 boas were missing, according to the New Orleans Times-Picayune. Police canvassed the area and located a vacant building with a makeshift bed, 3 snakes, and a jail ID card with Lagaste's name on it inside. Aggressive detective work was not required to determine that the 3 snakes were the same reptiles missing from Delta Pets, Detective Daniel Susanaw told the New Orleans paper. If only police worked this hard on cold cases. All right, here's another one. My 2x4 just wants to say Merry Christmas. A mall Santa in Atlanta wasn't spreading the Christmas spirit when he beat up a woman with a 2x4. Police said that Elkin Donnie Clark, 49, hit 74-year-old Annie Ruth Nelson in the face and knocked her unconscious, according to ABC. Clark said he did it because Nelson had stolen $145 of Hershey's chocolates from him, but no one else could confirm that claim. Clark was arrested with 2 counts of aggravated assault. So were these like Hershey's Kisses, and he somehow was able to calculate that the 74-year-old woman had nothing better to do than to steal exactly $145 of Hershey's chocolate? So was this Hershey bars, Hershey Kisses? Wow, this is quite a bizarre claim. A 49-year-old man beating up a 74-year-old woman with a 2x4. Wow, that is really weird. Okay, so another one, another case here. Again, this is NewYorkDailyNews.com's compilation. That time St. Nick was a little too jolly. Sometimes it's possible to imbibe a little too much of the seasonal spirit. In 2009, a drunk Santa Claus stumbled into a scared family's yard in Wisconsin. The family's 2 kids weren't fooled by the blotted man in red. I wonder if this was Ken Kratz. He smelled like alcohol, so I knew it wasn't the real Santa, because Santa doesn't drink alcohol, 9-year-old Katie Doherty told KSDK-TV. How does she know he doesn't drink alcohol? Seems like a lot of mall Santas do, though. The drunk imposter tottered around yelling, "Have you seen my reindeer? If you see my reindeer, call me right away," according to the girl's mother. So this Santa Claus lost his reindeer. You know, it'd be funny again if this was the real Santa Claus. But anyway, all right, let's move on to the last item here. The Santa Claus burglar fails spectacularly. A man named Sean Chanel earned the dubious nickname the Santa Claus burglar after he tried breaking into a house through a chimney. So apparently these are people that think these tactics are well. I wonder how large this man was. He got stuck. And ultimately, Seattle firefighters had to come rescue him, according to the Seattle Times. After chopping away at the chimney bricks for 45 minutes, the medics freed the mysteriously naked 23-year-old, who then strangely claimed he was just trying to retrieve his backpack. The judge didn't buy it, and Chanel was sentenced to 17 months behind bars. So was he not pretending to be Santa Claus? So he was just a guy who lost his clothes and backpack, and he was trying to retrieve it mysteriously from this one particular house. So here's the article from the Seattle Times: "Prison not North Pole for Santa Claus burglar." A Seattle man, so this was published August 5th, 2010, by Jennifer Sullivan. A Seattle man who was nicknamed the Santa Claus burglar after he became stuck in a chimney for nearly 6 hours during a botched burglary, sentenced Thursday morning, 17 months in prison. The jury didn't buy it, and on Thursday, even the judge found the story spun by the so-called Santa Claus burglar that he had become stuck in a chimney while trying to retrieve his backpack. Unbelievable. But Sean Chanel, 23, didn't help his cause when he cursed at King County Superior Court Judge Helen Halpert as she prepared to sentence him for residential burglary. Then, for reasons that eluded even his own attorney, Chanel asked the judge to sentence him to nearly 2 years of prison. Okay, was this guy tested for drugs or a mental health evaluation? It sounds like he was not. Defense attorney Suzanne Pickering sought a sentence of 15 months behind bars. She later said she believes her client misspoke when he asked for a longer term. Halpert ultimately opted for a sentence between the two, 17 months, the same term recommended by Deputy Prosecutor Maurice Klassen. Halpert also criticized Chanel for his explanation of how he wound up stuck in the chimney of a Seward Park home for 6 hours, February 19th. February 19th? I mean, this is well after Christmas. That's a little bit of a stretch. Seattle firefighters pulled a naked Chanel from the rough edge chimney after a neighbor reported hearing someone yelling for help. It's unclear why Chanel was naked, but it took medics 45 minutes to chisel away bricks from the chimney to free him. Police say Chanel put a chair on a central air-conditioned unit to get onto the roof. His chimney predicament earned him the nickname Santa Claus Burglar. During his statements to Seattle police, Chanel claimed that a friend had tossed his backpack into the covered chimney and that he was merely trying to retrieve it. But police found the bag leaning against the garage door of the home. Jurors deliberated for about an hour before finding Chanel guilty. Chanel's criminal history includes convictions for possession of a stolen vehicle, drug violations, according to charging documents. The documents say he had been released from jail on an unrelated possession of a stolen vehicle charge December 25th, Christmas Day. All right, so that's a little bit more of a connection to Christmas. But this sounds like a mental health issue to me. I mean, I don't know why some of these people fail to realize that. Okay, let's continue here with NewmanLawOffices.com, which compiled a list of top 10 Christmas crimes. 'Tis the season for crime. Many criminals see the holiday season as their opportunity to cash in. But while many of the crimes committed around Christmas center around the theft of presents, there are a few that are so strange that they definitely deserve a place on Santa's naughty list. Here are 10 strange but true Christmas crimes. 1. Stolen baby Jesus. Oh man. What's stranger, stealing a doll depicting what many believe is the Son of God, or using GPS and high-tech cameras to protect the display? Regardless of your belief, stealing an important religious symbol for no other reason than to vandalize seems like a very Grinch-esque activity. But then again, having a good excuse to ask Santa for an advanced GPS system has its perks. If you see a vandal robbing a nativity scene of baby Jesus and the GPS tracking system hasn't already done it for you, report the incident to authorities. So NBC News reported this incident. GPS, hidden cameras, watch over baby Jesus. I wonder how many people go to these lengths to protect their nativity displays. So this is December 10th, 2008, Associated Press. When baby Jesus disappeared last year from a nativity scene on the lawn of the Wellington, Florida Community Center, village officials didn't follow a star to locate him. A GPS device mounted inside the life-size ceramic figurine led sheriffs to a nearby apartment where it was found safe on the carpet. An 18-year-old woman was arrested in the theft. I wonder if they had GPS tracking inside all of the figures or it was just baby Jesus, because I don't know, that would be interesting. Giving up on old-fashioned padlocks and trust, a number of churches, synagogues, governments, and ordinary citizens are turning to technology to protect holiday displays from pranks or prejudice. About 70 churches and synagogues, eager to avoid the December police blotter, jumped at a security company's offer of free use of GPS systems and hidden cameras this month to guard their mangers and menorahs. How can anybody do that? Others, like the Herrera family of Richland Hills, Texas, took matters into their own hands. Upset after their teeter-totter was stolen, the family trained surveillance cameras on their yard and was surprised when footage showed a teenage girl stealing a baby Jesus worth almost $500. Police have obtained the tape. They took the family Jesus, said Gloria Herrera, 48, a Catholic. How can anybody do that? For 2 consecutive years, Thieves made off with the baby Jesus figurine in Wellington, a well-off village of 60,000 in Palm Beach County, Florida. The ceramic, so 2 consecutive years. Wow. The ceramic original, donated by a local merchant, was made in Italy and worth about $1,800, said John Bond, Wellington's director of operations. So last year, officials took a GPS unit normally used to track the application of mosquito spray and implanted it in the latest replacement figurine. After that one disappeared, sheriff's deputies quickly tracked it down. Sensing opportunity in that kind of success story, New York-based Brickhouse Security is offering up to 200 nonprofit religious institutions a free month's use of security cameras and Lightning GPS products it distributes. Chief Executive Officer Todd Morris said the idea was born after a few churches asked about 1-month rentals instead of longer contracts that are the norm. The first 20 or so applications came from synagogues, he said. People are very security conscious. This is simply a precaution, said Goldman, who will put a GPS on one menorah and a camera on another. It's sad, but it's the reality we're faced with. All right, going back to the Newman Law Office's top 10 list, Walmart stampede. People really go wild over Christmas gadgets and gizmos. So wild, in fact, that they behave like wild animals and stampede into large retail stores hoping to get the best deal on the coolest new items. But recently, this trend has taken a decidedly less innocent turn, as workers and bystanders have been trampled by frenzied shoppers. I mean, that reminds me from scenes from the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Jingle All the Way, an overlooked Christmas classic. This Christmas, remember why we really celebrate the holidays and get your shopping done in a decidedly less deadly fashion. So New York Times reported on this November 28th, 2008. Walmart employee trampled to death. And that's, wow, that is sad. This is the most gruesome so far. In today's episode, Robert D. McFadden, Angela Macropolis wrote this article, November 28th, 2008, New York Times. The throng of Walmart shoppers has been building all night, filling sidewalks and stretching across the vast parking lot at the Green Acres Mall in Valley Stream, New York at 3:30 a.m. Wow, witching hour. The Nassau County Police had to be called in for crowd control, and an officer with a bullhorn pleaded for order. Tension grew at the 5 a.m. opening as the 5 a.m. opening neared. Someone taped up a crude poster, "Blitz line starts here." By 4:55, with no police officers in sight, the crowd of more than 2,000 had become a rabble and could be held back no longer. They couldn't wait the extra 5 minutes. Fists banged and shoulders pressed on the sliding glass double doors, which bowed in with the weight of the assault. 6 to 10 workers inside tried to push back, but it was hopeless. Suddenly, witnesses and the police said the doors shattered and the shrieking mob surged through in a blind rush for holiday bargains. One worker, Jidmaitai Damour, 34, was thrown back into the black linoleum tiles and trampled in the stampede that streamed over and around him. Others who had stood alongside Mr. Damour trying to hold the doors were also hurled back and run over, witnesses said. Some workers who saw what was happening fought their way through the surge to get to Mr. Damour, but he had been fatally injured, the police said. Emergency workers tried to revive Mr. Damour, a temporary worker hired for the holiday season, at the scene, but he was pronounced dead an hour later at Franklin Hospital Medical Center in Valley Stream. 4 other people, including a 28-year-old woman who was described as 8 months pregnant, were treated at the hospital for minor injuries. I'm not sure if an 8 months pregnant woman should be around stampeding crowds at 5 a.m., but Detective Lieutenant Michael Fleming, who was in charge of the investigation for the Nassau Police, said the store lacked adequate security. He called the scene utter chaos and said the crowd was out of control. As for those who had run over the victim, criminal charges were possible. The lieutenant said, "I've heard other people call this an accident, but it is not. Certainly, it was a foreseeable act." But even with videos from the store's surveillance cameras and the accounts of witnesses, Lieutenant Fleming and other officials acknowledged that it would be difficult to identify those responsible, let alone to prove culpability. Some shoppers who had seen the stampede said they were shocked. One of them, Kimberly Cribbs of Queens, said the crowd had acted like savages. Shoppers behaved badly even as the store was being cleared, she recalled. When they were saying they had to leave, that an employee got killed, people were yelling, "I've been online since yesterday morning," Miss Cribbs told the Associated Press. They kept shopping. Walmart security officials and the police cleared the store, swept up the shattered glass, and locked the doors until 1 p.m. when it reopened to a steady stream of commerce shoppers who passed through the missing doors and battered door jambs, apparently unaware that anything had happened. Ugly shopping scenes, a few involving injuries, have become commonplace during the bargain hunting ritual known as Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. The nation's largest retail group, the National Retail Federation, that sounds like something out of Star Wars, said it had never heard of a worker being killed on Black Friday. Walmart declined to provide details of the stampede, but said in a statement that it had tried to prepare by adding staff members. Still, it was unclear how many security workers it had at the Valley Stream store for the opening on Friday. The Green Acres Mall provides its own securities to supplement the staffs of some larger stores, but it did not appear that Walmart was one of them. Walmart is not one of the largest stores. A Walmart spokesman, Dan Fogelman, called it a tragic situation and said the victim had been hired from a temp staffing agency and assigned to maintenance work. Walmart, in a statement issued at its headquarters in Bentonville, Arkansas, said the safety and security of our customers and associates is our top priority. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and their families at this tragic time. All right, so the article goes on for quite a bit more. And it's very sad, of course. Let's move on. Number 3 here, stolen Christmas trees. This may be the only time of year where stealing a tree represents an attractive and potentially profitable opportunity for a criminal. It's no surprise that the rates of petty theft and robbery rise during the Christmas season. But Christmas trees, really? If you see a tree being stolen from a commercial lot, do your civic duty and report the criminal to the authorities. They'll be out in force this year, cracking down on a truly bizarre crime. So, this is an article also from 2008, Alyssa Abkowitz on Fortune.com. Sign of the times. Stolen Christmas trees. With the economy weak, police across the country have seen an uptick in the theft of trees from commercial lots. Thieves have targeted holiday trim also. In recent weeks, police across the country have seen an uptick in the theft of trees from commercial lots. In Baytown, Texas, cops caught a man earlier this month trying to take several holiday trees off a lot. How was he carrying them? In Portland, Oregon, police nabbed a man last week dragging a stolen tree down the street around 3 a.m. Officials in Hillsborough County, Florida, are investigating a Christmas tree crime spree with more than 20 stolen from one lot owner alone. In that instance, 14 Fraser firs were swiped in the middle of the night, December 2nd. Another 8 were stolen a week later. Dan Parker, who has owned the site for more than 50 years, says no trees were stolen from the site last year. In fact, the last time Parker had pilferers was when 40 were stolen in 1978. So a whole bunch stolen in 78, then nothing until 2008. So exactly 30 years later. People shouldn't be stealing Christmas trees because Christmas has a real good meaning, he says. We don't need this in the economy right now. He sells trees for $35 to $300, adding he didn't raise prices this year because of the weak economic climate. Because of the thefts, he plans to install motion detectors and hire a night watchman to guard his goods for the remaining days and nights in his selling season. In Groton, Connecticut, the local Lions International Club, which sells Christmas trees in the parking lot of the Groton Shoppers Mart Shopping Center, ordered 400 trees this year instead of the usual 450, anticipating weak demand. It's a big difference, 50 trees. It's also anticipating some sticky fingers. Normally, the club factors in that 20 to 25 trees are likely to be stolen each year. This year, they expect that to rise to 50 or 60. We've always said if somebody has to steal a Christmas tree, God bless them, says Bill Foreman. A Lions Club member says, if someone needs a tree that bad, so be it. I mean, that's an interesting take on the Christmas spirit. To some degree, law enforcement officials say Christmas tree thieves come out every year, usually motivated by simple mischief making. Each holiday season, the Grinches go out in force, says Hillsborough Sheriff's Office spokesman J.D. Calloway. But he and others say this year's poachers may be products of the sour economy. Sales of fresh Christmas trees have been on an upswing since 2002, with approximately 31 million sold last year for a retail value of $1.3 billion, according to the National Christmas Tree Association. But with little evidence of any black market value for Christmas trees and a 6-foot fir costing as much as $200, officials suspect this year's thieves are likely stealing trees for their own living rooms. Lush firs aren't the only Christmas adornments being taken. Holiday trim has become hot loot as well. The Garden Patch in Raynham, Massachusetts, a garden center near Boston, lost $1,500 worth of Christmas decorations to thieves on Thanksgiving night. Wow, people are going out to do their Christmas theft on Thanksgiving. Owner Kathy Barlow says stolen items included table runners, Victorian ornaments, and small tabletop arrangements. A few days later, a $120 14-foot fir was snatched. That's not bad. 14 feet, $120. Some bad Santas are even swiping decor from charities. An artificial tree that had the names of needy children asking for gifts pinned to it was stolen from the lobby of a post office in Sorrento, Florida. And on Thursday, police charged a 40-year-old woman near Grand Rapids, Michigan, with larceny for allegedly swiping toys donated to the Salvation Army. According to local reports, when the woman was arraigned and told her bond was $10,000, she asked the judge, "You got $10,000?" Yeah. So much for Christmas cheer. All right, number 4 was the drunken parade float that I mentioned earlier, and the nativity scene vandalism. Apparently, there's a lot of vandalism. I'm not going to go over that too extensively. I mean, that's quite common all the time. All right, let's move on to the Frosty stabbing. Frosty, after surviving 2 initial stabbing attempts, finally succumbed to his wounds while the perpetrators were tracked down and charged with vandalism. Yes, Frosty may have been a 12-foot tall inflatable snowman, but does that mean he deserves to be repeatedly stabbed? Absolutely not. The teenage perpetrators were caught in this case, but around Christmas, this type of vandalism often goes unsolved. It's amazing where priorities are. Christmas tree cannabis. The Christmas tree is one of the most iconic symbols of the holiday season. In this bizarre turn on a Christmas classic, the Christmas tree was made entirely of illegal marijuana. While it may have looked similar to a normal tree, setting it on fire may have some interesting effects on those nearby. Perhaps it's not the best idea to use your illegal drugs as your celebration of the holiday season. So here's an article from marijuanapackaging.com, December 11th, 2014. Marijuana Christmas tree lands mom in jail. It appears as though a mother in Chile won't be having a marijuana Christmas this year. In a recent report, 50-year-old Angelica Navarro Pereira was arrested on criminal charges when Chilean police found a giant marijuana plant in her living room, which her neighbors claimed was this year's Christmas tree. Thinking about it, she didn't invite me in to see her tree, said neighbor Renato Quinones Alfaro to RT News. When I spoke to her yesterday, she said her children were going to really enjoy Christmas this year, and she had the best tree in the world. I don't remember seeing her taking one in. Now I know why. Once police raided Pereira's home, they found a huge cannabis plant, complete with presents at the base, as well as 20 more cannabis plants, $4,000 in hard cash, 2 handmade shotguns, 29 bags of other illegal drugs. The place was full of drugs. We had been investigating this woman for over a month, said a police spokesperson to RT News. We suspected she was involved in trafficking, and when we had enough proof, we carried out our raid. We expected to find some drugs, but the last thing we expected to see was one of the plants being used as a Christmas tree. The woman has since been arraigned to appear in court on drug trafficking charges. Wow. So consenting adults engaged in the commerce of plants definitely need to be raided. That's definitely where the priorities of law enforcement should be. willing customers engaging in free commerce of plants. Let's go to the cannabis Christmas card. There's definitely some themes here. In this strange story, a woman visiting her boyfriend in prison wanted to surprise him with a heartfelt Christmas card. The catch, the card contained a heaping helping of illegal marijuana, which is generally frowned upon in prison. After being caught, she may have an opportunity to join her boyfriend behind bars next holiday season. So this is reported at ABC News. Woman hid marijuana in letter to Harris County Jail inmate. October 27th, 2014. Houston police arrested a young woman they said included more than love notes in an envelope she sent to an inmate in Harris County Jail. Police say Ashley Schaefer, 19, used a fake return address to send a letter concealing marijuana to an inmate at the Harris County Jail in late August. She has been charged with bringing prohibited substances into a correctional facility. I like that name, correctional facility, as if they correct anybody. Okay, Schaefer glued the substance between 2 pages in a 9-page handwritten letter intended for an inmate, Austin Garcia, according to court documents. Police say an officer recognized the leafy substance as marijuana before giving the letter to Garcia. The officer submitted the letters for fingerprint examination, which led the police to Schaefer. The woman is now in jail without bond. That's interesting. You don't get bond for sending plants in a Christmas card. Naughty Santa Claus. Children really enjoy telling Santa what they want for Christmas, and adults enjoy the idea of Santa perhaps just as much. But when Santa starts telling dirty and offensive jokes at the workplace, not the North Pole, Santa is going to get a nice pink slip for Christmas. Merry unemployment Santa and a happy new harassment charge next year. So again, this is just shades of Bad Santa, the Billy Bob Thornton movie. So Metro.co.uk, December 8th, 2010. Supermarket Santa John Toomey was fired from his job after telling a naughty joke that didn't impress his grown-up customers. The 68-year-old Macy's worker had been a popular Saint Nick in San Francisco for over 20 years. Losing his job right at the start of the holiday season when a complaint was made about the inappropriate quip, one he insists he's been telling for years without a problem. When I ask the older people who sit on my lap if they have been good and they say, yes, I say, gee, that's too bad, he explained. Then if they ask why Santa is so jolly, I joke that it's because I know where all the naughty boys and girls live. The retired caretaker continued to the San Francisco Chronicle. That's kind of creepy. Everything was okay until this couple came in. I don't know why they reported me. I don't think I said anything untoward. Toomey emphasized that he only ever rolled out the joke around grown-ups, with a number of Macy's employees labeling his dismissal as an overreaction. People make a pilgrimage to see him every year, some for as long as 15 years. One remarked to the publication, everyone loves him, everyone was just heartsick about this. According to reports, Toomey is now hoping to find work as Santa Claus for private parties. So, again, I mean, these are just some out-of-control Karens back in December 2010. They say if they've been good, they say yes. I say, gee, that's too bad. I mean, that's really that bad of a joke? Or they say, I know where all the naughty boys and girls live? I mean, that's kind of creepy, but I mean, I don't know. If he's telling that joke to only adults, I mean, I don't know. That's whatever. Bizarre. All right, number 10 on this list, the Santa Claus Bandit, which was, of course, I actually went over this one before. But there's a couple more here. Vice.com has some bizarre Christmas crimes here, written by Natasha Vargas Cooper, December 23rd, 2015. A look back at the most bizarre Christmas crimes of all time. Terrible choices get rationalized when they are done in the name of giving your loved ones or yourself a better holiday. Nothing highlights the scuzzy, pustule-ridden underbelly of humanity quite like Christmas. The Walmart stampedes, the old drunken family stabbings, Santa dolls in Brazil filled with cocaine. Terrible choices get rationalized when they are done in the name of giving your loved ones or yourself a better holiday. And there's nothing like the generosity of others to highlight the terrible darkness that generosity can spawn. For every Christmas toy drive, there's a Christmas toy drive crime scene. Still, it's wonderful fodder for all us smug secular folks and Jews to post indignantly about on Facebook, or just terrific inspiration for another Tom Waits song. And they are referring to a Christmas card from a hooker in Minneapolis. So snuggle up with the elf on the shelf that you're using to behaviorally modify your kid's expletive attitude. Pour that eggnog and enjoy a brief history of the season's strangest crimes. So there's a couple of repeats here. The bath salt home invasion. Another one here, the SantaCon bank robbery. Journalists are getting beheaded in Syria. It's near impossible to get an abortion in Texas, and almost half the world lives on less than $2 a day. Even so, a bunch of a-holes dress up like Santa every year, run drunkenly through the streets, and dry hump each other through sweaty plush suits. The only good that can come from such a grotesque public display of whimsy is a good old-fashioned bank robbery. Last year, some expletive genius dressed up like Santa during SantaCon, the seasonal Santa-themed pub crawl for people with strong opinions about football and other useless BS, and robbed a bank in San Francisco. The cops never found him. There's actually a photograph with the beard actually peeling off his face, so you could actually see a large portion of his face. Interesting. Then we have the repeats, the snake and cash thievery, the GPS monitored baby Jesus recovery, the giant weed Christmas tree, the drunken dance studio float jaunt. So there doesn't seem to be, like, I went over quite a bit of them. There doesn't seem to be that much more. But I found a couple more here, which are quite bizarre. This is from Oddee.com, ODDEE.com. 10 ridiculous Christmas crimes, December 30th, 2014. 200-pound statue of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer stolen. On December 12, 2014, a Grinch stole a little more than just a Christmas spirit. A 200-pound statue of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer disappeared from atop a city sign in Los Angeles. The statue had been a holiday icon in the South Bay enclave of Rolling Hills Estates for 50 years. A few days after the robbery, police followed up on a tip from a TV viewer and located the wooden statue on the roof of a mobile home in Gardena. We assure you, at 200 pounds, it was hard to miss. The man at the home was arrested for stolen property. He was found to be a gardener who worked in the area where the statue disappeared. Oh, man. $2,000 worth of Christmas decorations stolen. Also in 2014, police arrested a Colorado Springs couple for swiping 2 G's worth of their neighbor's Christmas decorations. The couple was bold enough to fill the front and backyard of their home with the stolen decorations. Wait a second. You steal your neighbor's Christmas decoration and then you put them up in your own yard? Every morning he'd go for a walk at like 2 or 3 a.m., what? And then there was just more stuff in the yard, said the wife, who claimed she didn't know where the decorations came from in a Homer Simpson-esque episode of Ned Flanders-esque proportions. Oh, man. All right, there's a little bit more here. This is an article from CBS Denver. 2 charged with stealing $2,000 worth of Christmas decorations in Colorado Spring, and these mugshots are quite interesting. Police arrested a Colorado Springs couple for swiping $2,000 worth of neighbors' Christmas decorations. Carrie Carly, 42, and her husband was the sole Grinch in the scheme. Police said the couple's front and backyards were filled with stolen Christmas decorations, KKTV reported. Jeremy Llewellyn, 18, and Carly, 42, his wife, were arrested December 19th. Carly told CBS 4 partner KKTV she didn't know where the decorations came from. Every morning he'd go for a walk at like 2 or 3, and then there was just more stuff in the yard. Llewellyn spent Christmas morning in jail. Carly bounded out. According to the affidavit, Llewellyn chuckled when confronted about the stolen decorations. He said he didn't care about people from whom he'd stolen, police said. Carly said Llewellyn was also jailed in November for stealing Halloween decorations. So is that his thing? But she worried that reporting the ill-gotten Christmas decorations would have landed her in trouble. I didn't know if I was going to get in trouble myself or not, because it was in my yard. Both face felony theft counts. Carly said she will fight charges against her. Meanwhile, the decorations have been returned. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, so back to OD.com. Nativity donkey squashed to death by obese man. Deaths are never good. In December 2014, a nativity donkey was squashed by an obese man who climbed into its pen in Spain. The 5-month-old animal called Platero was not meant to be ridden, but was part of the Christmas scene in the town of Lucena, Andalusia. However, according to a complaint by animal welfare groups, a 23-stone man climbed on the donkey's back to pose for a picture that had caused outrage on social media. 2 days after the incident, on December 10th, locals noticed the small animal could barely stand. It died the next morning after vets said they could not heal its injuries. The man climbed the fence and pushed Platero around until he could proudly pose, galloping with almost 330 pounds of weight on his fragile body, fatally injuring him, said the complaint. Police are investigating. So that is a sad one. 4 women in bikinis steal Christmas lights in small rural town. Not much seemed to happen in the tiny town of South Johnstone, population 500, Australia, until Christmas 2013, when 4 bikini-clad female bandits were seen running after committing a late-night Christmas light robbery. The scantily dressed ladies took 30 solar lights, including 3 candy canes, from 2 homes before they were disturbed by a neighbor who chased them down the street. Police said the group then fled across a nearby football field and somehow vanished in the small town. Police were never able to catch the Christmas criminals. I like how they phrase that. They somehow vanished. Oh, man. That's a funny one. All right, number 5, not so funny. Man stabbed after giving girlfriend knife for Christmas. In 2013, a man who gave his girlfriend a fillet knife for Christmas was treated at a Seattle hospital for stab wounds the following day. Clever detectives at the Everett Police Department Major Crimes Unit believe the woman, 18, stabbed her boyfriend and slit his throat with the new knife. The woman alleged that the man had threatened to hurt her several times, including on the drive home from a fishing trip they took a few days before. She told police that he told her he would cut her up and throw her in the river. Okay, so, wow. How many abusive boyfriends who threaten to kill their wives threaten to kill their girlfriends give them knives as presents? I mean, I don't understand this one. Like, what did they? They're giving her the weapon would you give someone a weapon whom you are trying to hurt? That doesn't make a lot of sense. She said she acted out of fear when she unsnapped the sheath and stabbed him. From his hospital bed, the man denied making any threats. He said he had no idea why she would do it, police wrote in a report. He said he did not make any threats to her. He said it happened in an instant. The woman was booked into the Snohomish County Jail for investigation of first-degree domestic violence assault. All right, that's kind of bizarre. So he had an 11-inch gash across his throat, including a cut to his trachea. He was also stabbed in the chest and had cuts to both hands, court papers say. That's kind of weird, though. Again, why would he... So he gives his girlfriend a fillet knife as a gift. She uses the knife to attack him. I don't know. That's a bizarre one. I don't know if I've heard something like that before. 6, Swedish Christmas goat engulfed in flames for the 27th time. Wow, that has occult written all over it. In 2013, for the 27th time, vandals in Sweden burned down a giant straw goat meant to symbolize the Christmas spirit. It also symbolizes a lot of other stuff. Located in Gävle, Sweden's town square, the 13-meter, 43-foot high, and 3.6-ton heavy straw goat was engulfed in flames in a criminal action that's almost as old as the goat tradition itself, which has been taking place since 1966. Interesting. All right, this one, okay, we're getting really weird now. 7 mafia men arrested over Christmas flower extortion. All right, here we go. In 2013, police in Italy arrested 4 mafia gangsters over a Christmas extortion scam. The men have been forcing shop owners to buy poinsettias, red leaf plants known in Italy as Christmas stars, for 100 times the wholesale price, demanding as much as €100, $140, a plant for the past 3 holiday seasons. Owners who refused the mob's Christmas offer had their shops vandalized. That is a bizarre one. That is a bizarre one. So this is the article from BBC.com. Mafia men arrested over Christmas poinsettia scam, December 16th, 2013. These were gangsters in the southern city of Naples, Italy. Owners who refused the mob's Christmas offer had their shops vandalized. It wasn't someone dressed like Santa Claus tapping on the doors of shop owners and businesses. Instead, there were 4 emissaries of the Mazzarella clan, police said. The men were trying to raise funds for the families and legal fees of jailed gang members, police said. The BBC's Alan Johnston in Rome says mafioso extortion rackets are the curse of business life in much of southern Italy. That also sounds like it should be in a movie. Police issued description of stolen Christmas tree as 6 foot tall with lots of green branches and prickly bits. If anyone has any information as to the whereabouts of this tree, please get in touch, said the Facebook page of UK's Falmouth Police Station after specifying a stolen Christmas tree on their Facebook page as being 6 foot tall with lots of green branches and prickly bits. An obvious case of a very, very special and hard to miss tree. The status update has generated a number of amused responses from the followers of the page. I mean, that really narrows it down. What are you going to do? $192,000 worth of marijuana wrapped as Christmas gifts. In 2012, a BMW SUV was pulled over on the Ohio Turnpike around 11 a.m. A drug-sniffing dog indicated the presence of contraband and police searched the vehicle. A probable cause search revealed 30 pounds of hydroponic marijuana wrapped as Christmas gifts worth an estimated $192,000. Man, you just can't drive around with plants in your car. So they originally stopped the BMW SUV for failing to drive in marked lanes. So it's kind of interesting whether that's true or not. So here is the final weird Christmas crime. In with the times. Millions of digital coins stolen in Christmas hack. The day after Christmas 2013, the founders of Doge Wallet, a storage system for the Bitcoin digital currency alternative, Dogecoin, confirmed a hack that may have cost owners millions in lost digital coins. Thankfully, valued at roughly 0.00059 cents per coin, the millions of Dogecoins that were stolen have a combined value of just around $12,000. The hack didn't target individual accounts, but rather the official Doge Wallet page, which was modified to ensure that all transactions were sent to a single account rather than their intended recipients. Doge Wallet's founders said those accounts affected would be compensated, but the trust in the new digital currency was damaged and ruined a lot of people's days. So that is interesting. And with Bitcoin on the rise again at the end of 2020, there is a lot of digital currency uncertainty on many levels. But that was an assortment of just really bizarre and weird and mind-shocking crimes during Christmas time. And I'll be doing a different episode on more morbid murders and such, but I just thought that weirdness and just bizarre crimes would be a little bit more fitting in this particular year of 2020. Hope you guys enjoyed a special holiday episode of the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help us get more episodes out at a faster frequency and a larger variety of topics and true crime cases. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, and if they're still not coming through, you check your device to make sure it allows notifications, and if they're still not coming through after that, you can just go to youtube.com/mindshock and check out our large back catalog, as well as to stay updated with newer releases. If you like this particular episode, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off and wishing you a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK, New Year's edition. So now we are here at the end of a very interesting year, 2021, and we're going to go over the New Year's Day conspiracy, calendar conspiracies going pretty far back in time, what it means for the present day, and also recapping this year. What is the scoreboard? Conspiracy theorists versus coincidence theorists. What the scoreboard looks like at the end of this year, at the end of last year, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire, and I'm here with
Sid Irwin.
the Mensa-minded, possibly Prometheus Society-minded Sid Irwin, and we will be dissecting all of these things. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. Could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, Sid. So first of all, did you have a good holiday?
Thought I did. Thank you, Ruth, for asking. How about yourself?
You know me, workaholic, man, workaholic. So,
Respect.
how was your year?
Interesting. I suppose the best way to put it.
That it was. Any memorable moments? What about the events that transpired this year? Do you think any authority-worshipping cultists who have blind faith in the corrupt on the idiot box had their eyes opened by all of these that come up in higher frequencies? The more people are do you think that opened anybody's eyes this year?
I mean, I did think that was a rather interesting scenario, but who knows? After all, I mean, I believe wasn't just another more aggressively contagious version of a different strain from earlier. I mean, it's just constant change.
Just another different type of.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, who knows? Again, this is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But those licking the boots of authorities never seem to learn their lesson, do they? Stockholm Syndrome is the real pandemic, in my opinion.
I could see that.
I mean, do the masses never learn? I mean, if you look at the slippery slope that happened in Australia, so they got and then it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. What are they on there, like 17th? And they had mass. Everybody's wearing, and their numbers seem to be a lot worse than like somewhere like Florida, where people just don't give a crap.
That is a very sad and interesting conundrum to occur that way.
Yeah, it's almost like certain diseases are going to do whatever they're going to do, and the pesky humans and their hubris, the more they try to fight it, the worse it gets. Is that a weird type of fate? The fates laughing at the goofiness of humans.
You could put it that way.
Or I could put it another way: whatever you resist persists.
It's catchy. Let's do that trend.
Yeah, I mean, and then you got the Amish, like they don't have idiot boxes, so they're just living as normal this whole time. So, and seemingly unaffected. So that's quite curious, very, very curious. So that's one aspect of 2021, one of the most talked about aspects. I mean, what else really happened? I mean, people tried to get back to work. A lot of people don't want to work. And then, of course, we have the Great Resignation, as it's being called, where people kind of are no longer willing to work their corporate slave jobs. And more people are striking out on their own. Some would theorize that society would be much better off if that had always been the case, because then if people are doing what they believe their purpose really is, then they would be more happier in general, which would lead to a more productive and pleasant society in the first place.
That's a very distinct possibility.
And if we trace that back to the public indoctrination system, aka the educational system, many also postulate that trying to put one size fits all solution and trying to ram certain information, propaganda rather, in every single child's head, the same propaganda, the same type of way, on the same type of schedule, is beyond
dumb. Because, I mean, if you really take a step back and think about it, every individual is so unique. Not only are their interests unique, but the way they learn are unique. Audio, visual, like there's just so many different types of ways people learn, and not to mention that everybody develops at a different rate. That has nothing to do with being, a super genius or not. People simply develop at different rates mentally as they do physically. You have certain athletes that are just, certain kids when they're younger, they're already really big, strong, and fast. Other kids might not even peak until late college. So how dumb is it to have the same curriculum and the same schedule for every single child? It really doesn't make any sense once you take a step back and look at it objectively.
If you put it that fashion, then yeah, the simple weirdness is to have the same expectation for every single person.
I mean, I'm not even necessarily saying that's a bad thing if you do have some kind of uniform curriculum, but it's kind of dumb to do it at the same exact rate. That's what doesn't quite make sense, because then you have super geniuses that are made to feel stupid simply because they learn in a different way, or they develop at a different rate. So they might end up being much smarter than their so-called peers at an earlier age. Everybody kind of understands this in terms of sports and physical development, but for whatever reason, it's not really talked about mentally.
Which is very true.
And the human brain doesn't even finish forming until mid-20s ish. So, that's kind of like, it's really weird. Nobody really talks about it. And that's without even considering that everybody is so unique personality-wise, every single way mentally. What they should be doing with their life and their contributions to society would be so much greater if they were allowed to focus and prioritize those interests instead of having this homogenous one-size-fits-all curriculum. I mean, the amount of genius that has been robbed from this world by government schooling is just so astronomical, it's unfathomable, mind-shocking, if you will.
Which is sad if you look at it from that perspective, undoubtedly.
Well, if you look at all the greatest geniuses who made all the greatest impacts, they dropped out of school.
Forged on the path, indeed.
Because if they were forced to finish school, they might have just been completely indoctrinated goofs, because they wouldn't have been able to break that conditioning early enough to develop their talents and geniuses. So that was a little bit of a tangent. That's not really what we're talking about. But since society does seem to be crumbling rather quickly, would you agree with that? Is that what we've been seeing in the past year or two?
I believe so. Maybe not in a sense, maybe fully crumbling, but rather changing. Maybe in certain ways evolving.
Some people would actually say crumbling, though. If you look at the parallels between the United States and the Roman Empire, the fall obviously doesn't happen overnight, but there are so many similarities and parallels. It's quite eerie.
Well, it is how it goes. I mean, that's just been spoken, empires rise and fall. But I mean, in truth, that's just how change is. Usually at some point, something's getting destroyed, broken down, then reshaped and remolded into something else.
So, okay, so quick recap of the year. How would you say, would you call 2021 a win for the US or even the human race as a whole? Or would you call it a big fat L?
I mean, if I took it in the simplest fashion, depending on which perspective you like and how you value life, I mean, it's clearly a win. I mean, it still exists. So that's always a great thing. Again, if you believe in that perspective. But if, I guess, since for society, I guess, moving forward, progressing more, I guess, resolving issues and taking a next step forward, then yeah, I suppose you could say it's an L.
I'm gonna take a highly controversial position on this one. Are you ready for this? This is going to be the Bruce McGuire theory of what is going on. Instead of falling for the middle ground logical fallacy and saying life's not black and white, the truth is in the middle, that's of course the middle ground logical fallacy, because the truth is whatever it is. It's not in the middle, it's whatever it is. So if it happens to be on an either extreme, that's what it is. So I'm going to say this happened. I'm going to say both extremes increased. this past year. So I'm going to say it was both a giant win and a giant loss. Because on one hand, just the silly antics of all of these goofs that just put blind faith in the corrupt and just are willing to do whatever the corrupt say at the drop of a hat, like circus animals. I mean, that's really sad to see. And it seems like most people they're on such short strings of their ego that they do not want to admit they've been hoodwinked. As Mark Twain once said, it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. Which also, I mean, that might be, if we had to pick a motto for 2021, I might have to pick that one. Just to see the way all these people doubled down on the BS. So the BS got called early on, and then they just kept doubling down, and it's almost like we're living in a satire type reality now, where there's just, the shark has been jumped not once, not twice, not thrice, but quadrice or more, possibly quintice. What do you have to say about that?
I would like to hear the elaboration.
Well, if you just look at what's going on in the world, the ability for the average individual to discern truth has seemed to have completely fallen by the wayside. On one hand, that is one extreme. Now, on the other extreme, which I believe is also true, is that people, because of all of this shark jumping, for the people that were kind of more on the fence, now they can see the extent that government corruption seeks to dominate all of the peons they call the citizens of their countries. And, it's like you give them what's that old saying? You give them a finger, they take an arm, or something like that?
Give them an inch and they'll take a mile.
Well, isn't there another one with the arm?
There might be, very well.
I remember something vaguely about the arm, but anyway, so they were, whatever happened in 2 weeks to flatten the curve? You remember that one? I mean, all you can do is laugh out loud at the people that bought that. And here's the thing. The people that actually did buy that, I'm not even going to call them dumb, because that, on the surface, that seems semi-reasonable, just based on the way diseases work and but how quickly that escalated to okay, they're never going to children, they're never going to mandate. Now we're so far down the conspiracy theorist prediction. I mean, they're batting 1,000. Meanwhile, the coincidence theorists, I mean, they've been wrong every step of the way. But at a certain point, when you have somebody, like you have these corrupt profiteers on the idiot box, like Mr. Nobody wants to talk. Does nobody talk about the fact that he killed like unknown millions by promoting all those that killed more people than AIDS?
Wow.
And now he's doing the same playbook. Nobody really notices. Nobody wants to talk about it. But if he's wrong every step of the way, why would you continue to trust him? I'm not following that logic there. Like, why would you trust the people that are always wrong every step of the way?
That's a fair question to ask. I'm not entirely sure how to answer it, considering, but I'm gonna take a stab in the dark at possibility, just because, like you said, some of them are like sheep and they just follow them. If that's the person that's been put in power, then they're just, again, doubling down more and more.
Well, that's why I said it's like a satire society, because from 2 weeks to flatten the curve, I mean, yeah, I guess you could hoodwink people into a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, but how many years? How many mandates? How many new that appear to not be dissuaded by any and only increase in frequency based on all available metrics in all available countries that keeps those metrics? So you have all this information, like where the so-called establishment narratives are proven wrong to unimaginable exponential amounts. And Stockholm syndrome is so prevalent that people just continue following. Like, I think 10, 20 years ago, I think you probably could convince the masses to go 2 weeks to flatten the curve. But I think the jig would, just my opinion, of course, I think the jig would have been up probably at around the 6-month mark. And when mandates were just beginning to be, actually not even probably the mandates. When they were beginning to become mandated, I think the masses would have called the jig up when things didn't change after about a month after that. What do you think?
I'm also not sure what to say to that entirely. Or I mean, after all, I still worked within obviously societal settings, and I work at a hospital. So they're obviously going to instill all of these sorts of mandates, mainly due to the fact that again, it's like do it or no longer work here. And there's the brave few or the scared few, or just those who are again just fed up with all the BS that could just walk away, while there's others who getting terrified too, because again they're not sure where their income's going to come from, and they need that. So
yeah, well, I'm talking about honesty though. Like I'm talking about, like, let's say this happened 20, 30 years ago. I'm not necessarily saying that people wouldn't have complied to keep their jobs, but I think they would have been honest about it. I think they would have said, okay, these guys have always been wrong, but I need to keep my job. What am I going to do? I don't think there would have been this mass societal insistence that it's all working when everything gets worse and worse. That's kind of what I'm talking about, where like it's obvious everything the talking heads on the Idiot Box said has been wrong every step of the way. So at which point do you stop the hallucinated justification of it and just say, okay, these people don't know what they're talking about?
honestly, at least from the way the trend goes, I'm not even scared of it in the sense where if I look at even books that I've listened to talking about like I guess a similar world ending or world changing scenarios, it's just I fear it might just progress to the point until it's too late. When people get desperate enough, they're like, yo, this is really truly not working. But it's like, well, yes, it's not working, but it might be too late to do anything to change the path you're on.
Well, it's never too late. I mean, like, so here's the thing, though. What's the average turnaround time on failed medications? Because it usually takes years for all the lawsuits to get settled. I'm not going to name any specific companies, but I don't think people would be surprised to find out that certain manufacturers have really long rap sheets and billions of dollars in fines. Obviously, this has all been FOIA'd. There's no reason to trust anybody on any side. You can look up the court documents for yourself. So is it really that surprising? I mean, if, let's say for the sake of argument, if theoretically, again, I'm not saying don't work, hint, hint, YouTube, obviously all the work perfectly and they're 100% safe. I mean, everybody knows that. So, but would if they didn't, obviously never in history would it be admitted within a day. I mean, it would take years and years in lawsuits because there's trillions of dollars of profit on the line, but only billions of dollars of fines. So if you're making hundreds a day and you're fined tens a day, you're obviously going to have no problem paying 20 or 30 bucks on fines and continue to operate while you're raking in hundreds. So I don't know why that's difficult for some people to understand, but that's kind of what I meant in terms of both extremes. So the other extreme is, of course, I think a lot of this nonsense woke people up. Because if they're triple and triple and they're still being hospitalized, they maybe they might think, wait a second, is it possible this doesn't work? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not them. But I think both extremes have increased. And that's why we're kind of getting the mess that we're getting. It's like they're really, I don't know. Do you really think there's a lot of people left in the middle ground there?
I mean, I think so, more than likely, probably. I mean, I might have to put myself in the middle ground even because, funny enough, I had recently contracted and declared positive about a week ago. So I had recovered relatively quickly from it. So,
Well, so okay, we didn't mention this, but in this whole hoopla, I think people should look again. Don't trust what anybody says. Go on the FDA's website and look at how they revoked and recalled all of these tests. Again, this is the FDA doing this. These are not the crazy conspiracy theorists. This is the FDA recalling all of these tests because of all the false positives, false negatives, because obviously it cannot be accurately used to detect viruses. That's not what the technology is for. So,
Sure.
with all of the being inaccurate, nobody can really say who's positive or what does the positive or negative mean. It doesn't mean anything in any direction because the tests aren't accurate. So this large scale failure, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like this large scale failure in every single category. I mean, that's this. I don't know. Has this ever happened in history before where you literally cannot prove anything about anything because of all of the faulty technology, whether you're talking or tests or predictions or downs. Again, you could look at the Australia statistics with all their extensive downs, and then you could look at other countries with no downs. So you can look at all this data, and if only one thing is clear, is that really nobody knows what they're talking about. That's really the takeaway, in my opinion, from 2021. Why would you continue to trust people who don't know what they're talking about? How much are worth that aren't accurate? How much are worth that don't prevent contraction of diseases?
I mean, I get what you're saying. I do. And I can't lie. That's why the if you put it this way, from if you hear any of the promotions now, I mean they're going more so from saying this will prevent blah 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 from happening, but add some more so it'll just help ease the symptoms. So again, switching the script. But I mean, in truth, if I had to think about history wise, I'm pretty sure it has happened. Probably plenty enough times. I think one that comes to mind is really like, let's say, the Salem witch hunts. I mean, they said, these people do this. This is some witchcraft witchery. Here's the test to prove that this person is a witch, which is a test that literally has no validation
Wow.
whatsoever. That can't be, so it's like, without history, it's happened plenty of times.
Okay, no. I meant in recent history, but you make a very good point. You make a very good point because this is actually, yeah, if you really think about it, there's a strong parallel to the Salem witch trials because you have all this blind faith and authority when
Yeah.
they're basically just using random tests that are just whatever, malarkey, for lack of a better word. And can anybody prove that they really aren't witches, though? It's not that they proved that they were witches.
Yeah.
But in their minds, they still thought theoretically they could be, because a lot of those people most likely believed in things like witches and witchcraft at that time. So
Exactly.
if they truly believed in witches and witchcraft, then in their minds, it was a very real possibility that the person could theoretically be a witch, even if the test was inaccurate. That's actually a really good parallel, Sid Irwin.
I'm just saying, because I don't know tell me if I'm wrong, but in that kind of sense, really, which again, a driving force that helps allow these things to happen is going to be fear. And if you can get the masses scared and you say, well, here's this snake oil, here's this cure, they might just eat it up.
All right, so let's get into the New Year's conspiracy. So I'm just going to introduce this with the old phantom time hypothesis just to set the stage here. So this is just right off the wiki for the overview. The phantom time hypothesis is a historical conspiracy theory asserted by Heribert Illig. First published in 1991, it hypothesizes a conspiracy by the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII to fabricate the Anno Domini dating system retroactively in order to place them at the special year of AD 1000 and to rewrite history, to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. Illig believed that this was achieved through the alteration, misrepresentation, and forgery of documentary and physical evidence. According to this scenario, the entire Carolingian period, including the figure of Charlemagne, is a fabrication. With a phantom time of 297 years, AD 614 to 911 for the conspiracy theorists there, and also this theory was introduced in 1991. Added to the early Middle Ages. The hypothesis has never attracted any support from historians. And that's an interesting propagandized line there. Any mainstream historians, obviously. Any establishment historians whose paycheck depend on them remaining loyal to the establishment did not consider this theory, of course. So Herbert Illig was born in 47 in Wachenstraub, Bavaria. He was active in association dedicated to Immanuel Velikovsky, catastrophism, and historical revisionism. The Gesellschaftel zur Rekonstruktion der Menschheits- und Naturgeschichtsgeschichte, English, Society for the Reconstruction of Human and Natural History. From 89 to 94, he acted as editor of the journal Past, Early, Present. Since 95, he has worked as a publisher and author under his own publishing company, Mantis Verlag, and publishing his own journal, Leaps in Time. Outside of his publications related to revised chronology, he has edited the works of Egon Friedel. Okay, so before focusing on the early Middle Ages period, Illig published several proposals for revised chronologies of prehistory and of ancient Egypt. His proposals received prominent coverage in German popular media in the 90s. His 96 Invented Middle Ages also received scholarly recensions, but was universally rejected as fundamentally flawed by historians. Anything that threatens the official narrative is, of course, rejected. In 97, the journal Ethics and Social Sciences offered a platform for critical discussion to Illig's proposal, with a number of historians commenting on its various aspects. After 1997, there has been little scholarly reception of Illig's ideas, although they continue to be discussed as pseudo-history in German popular media. Illig continued to publish the phantom time hypothesis until at least 2013. Also in 2013, he published an unrelated topic of art history on German Renaissance master Anton Pilgram, but again proposing revisions to conventional chronology and arguing for the abolition of the art historical category of mannerism. So this is his proposal based on his hypothesis. The scarcity of archaeological evidence that can be reliably dated to AD 614 to 911, the perceived inadequacies of radiometric and dendrochronological methods of dating this period, and the over-reliance of medieval historians on written sources. I mean, those are all great points, though, because obviously fallible human technology is fallible. There's a lot of people that don't understand that, but humans create this technology, these various different technologies, in order to attempt to determine how old something is. They're obviously flawed. Now, to the extent that they're flawed is open to debate, but I don't know. A lot of people just put blind religious faith in fallible human technology. What do you think about that?
It has happened plenty of times. So
I mean, the easiest one to look at is DNA testing, because over the past 50 years, the amount of progress in DNA testing, like each new leap in DNA testing technology shows how inaccurate the previous generation was. And you have even people that got locked up in prison based on DNA matches being exonerated because they weren't really matches. And nobody really wants to talk about that, but I mention that all the time on MindShock True Crime. So, okay, continuing on here. The presence of Romanesque architecture in 10th century Western Europe, suggesting the Roman era was not as long ago as conventionally thought. And of course, those familiar with Anatoly Fomenko and the new chronology, all of the rewriting of history, so to speak, we go over that on the Altered History series, which of course Sid Irwin has been on those podcasts as well. There's definitely a lot of funny business going on in the matter of recording history. The relationship between the Julian calendar, Gregorian calendar, and the underlying astronomical solar or tropical year. The Julian calendar, introduced by Julius Caesar, was long known to introduce a discrepancy from the tropical year of around 1 day for each century that the calendar was in use. By the time the Gregorian calendar was introduced in AD 1582, Illig alleges that the old Julian calendar should have produced a discrepancy of 13 days between it and the real or tropical calendar. Instead, the astronomers and mathematicians working for Pope Gregory VIII had found that the civil calendar needed to be adjusted only by 10 days. The Julian calendar day, Thursday, October 4th, 1582, was followed by the first day of the Gregorian calendar, Friday, October 15th, 1582. From this, Illig concludes that the AD era had counted roughly 3 centuries which never existed. So let's put aside his 3 centuries theory. Let's disregard that for a moment. How much trust would you put in a mathematician working for the Pope? I mean, what do you think, Sid? Like, why do people put all this religious blind faith in these authorities that were literally religious based on blind faith in the church?
I mean, that's how they've been raised. That's how they've been taught. That's how they've been, I guess, in a sense, indoctrinated. Or,
But hold on a second. No, I'm talking about like right now, today. Let's
Even
say you're a PhD historian from a prestigious Ivy League school. Let's say you're a professor.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that increase your chances of casting doubt on what the Pope's mathematician said in 1582?
I mean, logic would serve that it should, but again, if someone's already, although an historian, again, clearly, more aware of advanced technologies compared to what it used to be, still, though, if they're, again, a believer in that fashion, it still might, by all logic, still might overshadow them for whatever reason. It's like that weird conundrum where, again, sometimes you might meet somebody, they might understand everything, can't agree on like certain doubtful perspectives on certain things, but if it's something that means something to them that they feel and believe that is the truth, they will fight and defend it. Even if you can bring them all the logic again and say, like, look, this is clearly not correct, but like, no. My faith has told me, and I believe it's trust that this is correct.
You're talking about scientism right now, right?
Exactly, pretty much. It's weird. Very weird.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously I was being logical, but yeah, the other thing that we don't talk about enough is probably how people have tied their identity to their beliefs. They can't separate the two. There's an old saying that I read, which is really funny. So obviously everybody's familiar with that old saying, don't believe everything you hear.
Correct.
I think everybody except Maxwell might have heard of that one. But there's another one. Don't believe everything you think.
Which I've heard. I hear that one too.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one as often. I heard it once or twice, and I really liked it because whatever you think or believe, it might be wrong. So as long as you keep that in mind, get some metacognition going on. If you haven't checked out the MindShock podcast on metacognition, make sure you check that out. You can kind of learn a lot more when you understand the possibility that you're a human and humans are fallible, and you're learning information put forth by other fallible humans which might be fallible. It's not even that I'm saying it's wrong, I'm saying it's hard to definitively verify it one way or the other, and for whatever reason that triggers a lot of goofs out there, but which there are no shortage of course. So let's move on here to stolenhistory.net, which is one of the best sites for examining issues with the so-called official timeline of humans. Now, the other thing that's kind of weird is, so people who do believe in corruption, why wouldn't corrupt profiteers seek to change history in a certain way in order to increase the amount of power they have? Are the coincidence theorists saying that people in positions of authority wouldn't manipulate history books to increase their own power? I mean, that's kind of silly, isn't it?
I mean, that it is. I mean, after all, then, because if not for that, then why would how those things go? History is written by the victor.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones, actually. Yeah, history is written by the victors. Napoleon had a good one, too. History is a pack of lies agreed upon.
I could work with that, too.
There's also another great one from George Orwell's 1984, of course. Actually, you know what? Would the best way to describe 2021 be simply 1984?
I could see that.
So, yeah, George Orwell's novel referring to the party, who controls the past controls the future. who controls the present controls the past. So, of course, the corrupt authorities of the establishment who control the so-called government textbooks on history and all official sources, they, of course, control the present, so they control the past, which in turn controls the future. Now, to all the coincidence theorists that say, oh, well, other countries, let's say this is going on in America, other countries wouldn't help cover it up. Well, here's the thing. First of all, there's Hanlon's razor. Never mistake for malice what can be adequately explained by stupidity. That could be another slogan for 2021. But, and obviously black and white logical fallacies would dictate it doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. Of course it's both. There's also corrupt people out there, but corrupt people aren't necessarily these super geniuses that are infallible either. Humans are human. So if anything, they could be more overconfident and stupid and overestimate their abilities as well. So if this is going on, I use this example. It's the same thing as for all the people that think that NASA never went to the moon. Why would other countries cover up for them? Well, first of all, if they didn't know that it was fake, there wouldn't be a cover up. Or two, if they did know it was fake, but it threatens their own power and authority, why would they expose it? Similarly, would let's say the Catholic Church, branches of the Catholic Church in different countries, would they blow the whistle on their own? How often does that happen? With all of the corruptions and criminal activities that occur within the Catholic Church, I mean, we're talking about a wild scale. We're talking about child abuse. We're talking about extortion. We're talking about all types of conspiracy and corruption that occur within the Catholic Church. Does the Catholic Church blow the whistle on their own? I'm going to drop another quote here by the great George Carlin. You don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So if it's in the best interest of all these different countries to maintain these false historical narratives, why would they blow the whistle on other countries if it exposes that they're doing the same thing?
Okay.
For whatever reason, a lot of coincidence theorists can't grasp that. That's actually one of the most commented on, their inability to understand conflicts of interest. But so here we are on stolenhistory.net. This is the calendar conundrum. It was actually posted September 14th, 2020 by White Wave. Very interesting write-up here. The Julian calendar, proposed allegedly and instituted by Julius Caesar in 40... Actually, let me do another quick aside. Do you think everything in society would be more accurate if we simply put the word allegedly in front of every single claim ever? Just to get that through the thick skulls of the masses.
That's what every lawyer would do. So.
I mean, that simple word really makes things clear, doesn't it? Or if you want it to be more accurate, alleged by the corrupt.
Even allegedly credible information.
Or what about allegedly, alleged by the corrupt with terrible track records of mostly failure? Would that be the most accurate way to put everything put forth in so-called the official narratives?
If you're talking about spoken by the allegedly corrupt with alleged, credible information allegedly produced in this said fashion, then yeah, sure, you put it that way.
Okay, so we have the Julian calendar, proposed allegedly and instituted by Julius Caesar, 46 BC, was a reform of the old Roman calendar based on a 10-month March through December calendar year, started at the time of the Roman Empire founder King Romulus, whenever that was. The mean calendar year equals 365 days, 5 hours, 49 minutes, and 12 seconds. Abbreviated 365.2423 days long. The reform added January and February, making a 12-month year of roughly 30 days each, and shortened the average year by 0.0075 days to stop the drift of the calendar with respect to the equinox. Official records differed from astronomical observations by 159 years. That's a pretty that's a pretty large margin of error, don't you think? The old Roman calendar, based on the old Egyptian and Etruscan methods of calculating solar days, was off by 159 years. That doesn't sound accurate. Since the mean calendar year is a known constant, the amount of drift can be determined. The amount of drift has been calculated to be 310 years for every one day the calendar deferred. What do you think of these large percent errors? I mean, these are gigantic errors if this is true.
Indeed, it is. Though, admittedly, I mean, I wonder because, like, in the sense of that, history is agreed upon lies, and isn't time simply an agreed upon construct?
Oh, we're not going down that one. Let's save that one for our next time travel episode. If you haven't checked out the MindShock time travel series, make sure you check that out. We do have to do that third episode coming up, or second episode. I forget how many episodes we did. Okay, so let's continue here. Bede, an 8th century monk and historian, in parentheses, of questionable historicity, showed an error of greater than 3 days, which equals greater than 930 years since the institution of the Julian calendar. 930 years minus Bede's year of drift discovery, 725 AD, equals a difference of negative 205, of minus 205. So either Bede's calculations were off, or the Julian calendar was instituted in 205 BC, or someone has been playing with the dates between the Julian calendar start date of 46 BC and Bede's date calculation 725 AD. Since Bede himself is a questionable historical character, meaning he may be one of those people Fomenko talked about as being a double for someone else, we have no way of verifying his calculations or even his existence. Still, it was known from several sources besides Bede that by the 8th century, the Julian calendar did not correspond with the mean calendar. So we didn't have Newton's calculations of the planetary bodies until the 17th century. Who knows if the calculations for the mean calendar year were even correct? And this is a great question. And this is something the authority-worshipping cultists never want to address. Because how can we verify any of this information?
That's a very good question, considering. I honestly, I'm not even sure. That'd be an interesting problem to solve.
I mean, that's why scientism itself is such a huge problem, because people who think they're being scientific, they're actually more religious than religious people, because at least religious people say that what they believe to be the truth is based on their faith. Whereas the people indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship, aka scientism, they pretend it's objective truth that can be verified, but they're not verifying it. They're taking the books on blind religious faith alone. Which is weird. I mean, why would all of these humans be so infallible? I mean, is it reasonable to assume that all of these historical figures and all of their calculations, that it was all correct? Is that reasonable?
Personally, to me, no.
I mean, that's, stated simply. I mean, maybe they're correct. I'm just saying, is it reasonable to just assume that they're completely infallible with all these calculations? But let's continue the post here. The Julian calendar still contained the problem of drift, and in 1200 AD, Roger Bacon, a Franciscan friar and Aristotelian philosopher, scholar, naturalist, estimated the Julian calendar to be off by 7 to 8 days. One day was 310 years of drift, so 2,170 to 2,480 years of difference. I mean, that's not a tiny amount. That is not tiny. That is not tiny at all. Such drift was seriously affecting when religious holidays, especially Easter, was celebrated. By the 16th century, 1582, a civil calendar named after Pope Gregory VIII was proposed. The Pope introduced the calendar on October 4th, 1582 AD. Since the drift amounted to 10 days difference, the Pope decided to just rip the Band-Aid off, as if it were, in one short shriek, so that October 4th, 1582 AD, was immediately followed by October 15th, 1582. It has been suggested that the adjustment should take place slowly, adding one day every 310 years, but the Pope chose a more instantaneous calendar reform. This led to riots as the simple folk cried, "Give us back our 11 days." I mean, how would you like it if somebody stole 11 days from your life?
I mean, because of it having to be looking at monitored fashion where things could be done, suggestively done, or whatever and such, yeah, I'd probably be very thoroughly. I know people who are upset about daylight savings time.
Well, I mean, do we want to go down that rabbit hole? Because that's a big rabbit hole of nonsense. Have you heard that Florida is observing daylight savings time for the last time this past year?
Really? Is that so?
Yeah, let me bring that up. Florida's not messing around. So here's an article from Miami.cbslocal.com. Florida remains in the dark about seasonal time changes. Florida voters seem to like the idea of no more wintertime dark at 5:30 with year-round daylight savings time, maybe golf or a jog after work in the daylight. But this Sunday, once again, the clock goes back as an hour of sleep is gained, blah, blah, blah. Okay. In 2018, the Florida Sunshine Protection Act was passed in Florida legislature with overwhelming support for year-round daylight savings time. But the way the law was written makes it so that the change can only happen if a federal version is passed and signed into law. Okay. 32% of Americans wanted to move daylight savings time all year around. 28% want to keep switching back and forth. So a majority of Americans are tired of switching time twice a year. Florida, okay. Florida was the first to pass the bill, went through the legislature, got signed by the governor, but it wasn't the last. Daylight savings advocates in those states hoping that legislation of the U.S. Senate Commerce Committee will go forward, though it is doubtful. So they want to enact year-round daylight savings time, so only one adjustment? Huh. So apparently it's going back and forth, so... Okay, here's a more straightforward... Wait. Yeah, so it wouldn't go back and forth. It would be only one adjustment for year-round daylight savings time.
Okay.
Florida voted against changing the clocks for the end of daylight savings time, October 30th, 2019. So this is an ongoing thing. Like, Florida really seems to be wound up about this. Okay, let's go.
Puns intended, I see.
Actually, it wasn't intended, but now that you mention it, that's a good one. That's funny. Okay. I totally forgot what we were talking about. Okay, here we go. Back to the calendar conundrum. So such drift was seriously affecting religious holidays, Easter. Okay, so yeah, give us back our 11 days. Like all change, the Gregorian calendar was slow to be adopted. Every country, principality, kingdom, and institution had their own calendars, and many were reluctant to adopt anything proposed by the Roman Catholic Church. The rural folk paid little attention to calendar days and followed the rhythms of the season for planting and harvesting. Doesn't that make more sense? Like, who cares about those corrupt people passing laws about when time should be? These rural folk are farming. They don't give a crap what other humans say. They just follow nature.
That I can definitely agree with, because
Seems a lot more accurate in any case. The Catholics had a saints calendar that kept track of the year by following how long it was between days of venerated or canonized persons. I don't know why I find that funny, but I find that kind of weird. The French, a mostly Catholic territory at the time, decided to use their own calendar in order to defy the power of the papacy and aristocracy. Faber d'Eglantine, a French actor and politician, supposedly two categories, although they're hard to differentiate from one another, that is true, is credited with what is known as the rural calendar. He was mainly the PR voice and not the brains behind its creation. On the abolition of the Gregorian calendar in France, he sat on the committee entrusted with the creation of the French Republic's French Republican calendar. The calendar was designed by the politician and agronomist Gilbert Rham, although it is usually attributed to Faber d'Eglantine, who invented the names of the months. This calendar featured a 10-day week, so that Sunday would be forgotten as a religious day, and the months were named after the intrinsic qualities of the season. He contributed a large part of the new nomenclature, for example, the months prairial and florial, as well as the days primity and duodi. That'd be cool. Months called prairial and florial.
really interesting.
He also advocated for a decimal system of counting, and for a while, it never caught on. Clocks and watches displayed both decimal and duodecimal time. Mnemonics were also invented to help people remember the new calendar counting system, but they quickly devolved into 30 days hath September, all the rest I can't remember.
That is very funny. I respect that.
The Republican calendar year began the day the autumnal equinox occurred in Paris and had 12 months of 30 days each, which were given the new names based on nature, principally having to do with the prevailing weather in and around Paris. So autumn vendemiaire, from the French vendange, derived from the Latin vendemmia, grape harvest, starting the 22nd, 23rd, or 24th September. Brumaire, from the French brume, mist, starting 22nd, 23rd, or 24th of October. Frimaire, from the French frima, frost, starting the 21st, 22nd, or 23rd of November. These make a lot more sense to me. Winter, nivose, from Latin nivosus, snowy, starting December 21st, 22nd, or 23rd. Pluviose, from the French pluvier, derived from the Latin pluvius, rainy, starting January 20th, 21st, to 22nd. Ventos, from the French vento, derived from the Latin ventosus, windy, starting February 19th, 20th, or 21st. Spring, germinal, from the French germination, starting March 20th or 21st. Floreal, from the French fleur, derived from the Latin flos, flower, starting April 20th or 21st. Prairial, from the French prairie meadow, starting May 20th or 21st. Summer, messidor, from the Latin messis, harvest, starting from June 19th or 20th. Thermidor or fervidor, from the Greek thermon, summer heat, starting July 19th or 20th. Fructidor, from the Latin fructus, fruit, starting August 18th or 19th. Those make a lot more sense to me. In Britain, a contemporary wit mocked the Republican calendar by calling the months wheezy, sneezy, and freezy.
Oh, wow.
Slippy, drippy, and nippy.
Yeah, that's funny.
Showery, flowery, and bowery. And hoppy, croppy, and poppy.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, they were funny. They were funny. The Scottish historian Thomas Carlyle suggested somewhat more serious English names in 1937 with the French Revolution, a history, namely Vintagarius, Fogarius, Frostarius, Snowius, Rainius, Windius, Boodle, Buttle, Floweral, Meadowal, Reapidor, Heatidor, and Fruitidor. Like the French, I mean, that almost sounds like some Lord of the Rings months. Like the French originals, they are neologisms suggesting a meaning related to the season. The French calendar was used from 1793 to 1805 and again for 18 days by the Paris Commune in 1871 to remove all religious and royalist influences from the calendar. In their religious spite, they made 10-day weeks instead of the current 7 to confuse churchgoers as to which day was Sunday. The Soviet calendar added 5 and 6 day work weeks between 1929 and 1940. Greece adopted the Gregorian use finally in 1923. And I'm going to interject here again with another point. If you want to confuse the masses, would these so-called authorities, would they play games with the calendars to throw people off? To throw their natural balance and sense of nature in the world off to make them better tax slaves? Any thoughts on that, Sid Irwin?
Personally, I'm just more or less intrigued to hear it. No, honestly, I'm just enjoying that.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said, no, honestly, I'm just enjoying just hearing that background setup for it. I won't lie.
You don't have any thoughts?
No, honestly, surprisingly enough, I am a blank page or slate on this one.
You don't think it'd be confusing if all of a sudden tomorrow there were 10 days in the week and a whole bunch of different months? You don't think that would throw off people's sense of balance and just in general on how to live their life?
I mean, it would, undoubtedly, sure, of course. Some people actually might even either appreciate it just if they felt they never had enough time, but they could say, well, this is the week, I can get this now, I can do this. But at the same time, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, in all honesty, if you want to throw governments about it, everything just, again, extended, that just means more opportunity for them to say, well, there's this much more that you could and should be doing if you completely choose as society.
Well, what I was getting at was a little less was not quite so practical, but more in a spiritual sense to leave the population dazed and confused.
Oh, I don't know. I would like it. I would like to have more time. Also, stuff like, poppy, flowery, and, preppy, be interesting names just to have around.
Okay, continuing on here. Not all parts of the world were using even the Julian calendar, so you can imagine the confusion caused by international trade and communication. Not forgetting the people born on those missing 11 days caused by the Gregorian calendar reform. So they had no more birthday. Some official documents of the time register ships leaving on October 11th and arriving on October 5th. Genealogies were also not consistent with the time change, and not everyone complied with record keeping of the time. If you have a European ancestry and are investigating your ancestry, keep in mind and probably just skip over that time frame to the 11-day period before the Gregorian became official to avoid confusion. The solar Hijri, an astronomical equinox-based lunar calendar used in Iran and Afghanistan, began in 622 AD. In 1930, a world calendar was proposed to correct the deficits of the Gregorian calendar, but was rejected again. Recommendations for modifying the Julian calendar based on true motions of the sun and moon were rejected at the 1544 AD Council of Trent. Aloysius Lilius, a Calabrian astronomer, chronologist, and doctor, came up with the Gregorian calendar with a Jesuit mathematician and astronomer modified after Lilius's death into what we have now. Current consensus is that our calendar is off by thousands of years, not hundreds. He doesn't really clarify the consensus of what, based on astronomy, not necessarily based on missing years, although there's, of course, tons of different theories in the middle, especially Flamenco's chronology. The drift of 10 days at the beginning of the Gregorian calendar, 3,100 years from the time of the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD. Mysteriously, the Gregorian calendar involves cycles of 400 years called doomsday rule. Wow, that's ominous. Since we didn't have a doomsday in 1982, or did we? 400 years after the initiation of the Gregorian calendar, one can only wonder as to the cryptic cycle of 400 years embodied in our current Gregorian calendrical system. Or is that somehow embedded into the calendar, the timetable of resets? We talked about that on our Mud Flood Altered History podcast. You remember that?
I do.
Is that what's hidden in the calendar? Doomsday Rule, 400-year cycles? That's a really creepy name.
That it is, but I mean, yeah, we've all heard of it. I mean, after all, people had figured 2012 was going to year 2000 would be a doomsday year. That the year 2012 would be a doomsday year. Even for some, 2020 could be a doomsday year of sorts.
Basically, wasn't there a new estimate on the Mayan calendar that was December 21st, 2021 or something like that?
I wonder, because that definitely seemed to go by in a blip.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact, and of course theirs are cycles. There's no actual end of the world, but there's just cycles, and we do appear to be in the end of a cycle, do we not? I mean, back in 2012, everybody was like, "Oh yeah, nothing's happening." A whole bunch of stuff is happening now. Okay.
Yes.
Continuing on here, basically with all the changes to our day numbering system, indecipherable calculations, stolen time, questionable historical persons contributing to all those mentioned inconsistencies, our current timeline is inscrutable and irreconcilable with available history. The best we can do, in my opinion, is to go with what we've got and realize that our history can't possibly be reconciled with the current official documents. So that's a very interesting write-up, because basically everything we're looking at are just assumptions and vague estimations. Would you agree or disagree?
Uh, you know me, I'm neither to disagree or agree, just possibilities, because I can neither confirm nor deny through either or based on their calculations, even depending on what tools they might use. And I don't have the tools to check their information calculations, but I'll agree for now.
Well, let's talk about all of these problems here. So this is Popular Astronomy, Volume 28, 1920, regarding Peter the Great, which has some very interesting things in it, which could possibly shed some light on how things were viewed upon. This was edited. So this is Popular Astronomy, a review of astronomy and allied sciences, founded by W. W. Payne. Editors Herbert C. Wilson, Kervin H. Gingrich, Edward A. Fath. So here's an interesting excerpt also posted on Stolen History here from this. Until the time of Peter the Great, Russia, while using the Julian calendar, had not used the Christian era but had made use of the era of Constantinople, dating from the creation of the world. It was believed that the world was created on September 1st, 5509 BC, that's a very specific date, and therefore September 1st, 1699 of the Julian calendar was called in Russia the first day of the year 7208. But on December 19th and 20th of that year, decrees were issued by Peter the Great directing that the Christian era be employed and that the year beginning on January 1st instead of September 1st, the new order of things, or is that the New World Order, going into effect on the 1st of the following January, the event being marked by a celebration lasting for a week. So is that the origin of New Year's Day, the New Year's Day celebration? The Russians had come to expect big things of Peter the Great, but they were amazed to learn that even he could change the course of the sun. So we're talking about calendars being made on people who by people who believed that individuals could change the course of the sun. Would you consider that accurate, Sid Irwin?
It's extremely accurately bizarre. But yeah, I don't know. That's
Are you saying that Tsar was bizarre?
I guess I am.
Okay. But not all approved the reform, for many believed that the age of the world had been diminished by hundreds of years, and the elderly Russians who had grown old under the former system met in secret to utter their protests. Voltaire, in his Life of Peter the Great, says that some obstinate ones, persuaded that the world was created on the 1st of September, continued to begin the year at that time. The Tsar was told that God would not have created the world in winter when the ground could not be cultivated, but in autumn when the corn and all the fruits were ripe. But Peter showed them with a globe that Russia was not the whole world, and that in countries far to the south it was warm even in January, and that in the course of time the beginning of the year would be in different seasons, since the tropical year was not the same length as the calendar year. It is supposed that the chief reason for not adopting the Gregorian calendar was the fact that England still refused to accept it, and in Russia, previous to the revolution of 1917, the Julian calendar continued to be used. A dispatch from Russia published in the New York Times December 27, 1917, stated that arrangements had been made by the Bolsheviki in order to introduce the Gregorian calendar in the early part of 1918 by the omission of 13 days, the day following December 24th, 1917, to be called January 7th, 1918. Russia, by this omission, losing the intervening Christmas and New Year's Day. So they wanted to get rid of Christmas and New Year's. Does that sound like a good idea?
Hopefully, I can't see the masses going for it, but who knows? If they know how to manipulate them just right, you could tell.
The decree of Peter the Great, dated December 19th, 7208, or 1699, is entitled An Edict of His Imperial Majesty. On the writing henceforth, in all papers from the 1st of January 1700, since the birth of our Lord, but not since the creation of the world. The decree of December 20th was one long to be remembered, and an English translation of it made from the Russian by Mrs. Derman of the Library of Congress is given as follows. December 20th, 7208. Is it kind of weird to see a date written like that? 7208.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
An edict of His Imperial Majesty on the celebration of the New Year. The Grand Emperor ordered to tell. He, the Grand Emperor, is aware that not only in many European Christian countries, but amongst the Slavonian peoples also, which in everything are in conformity with our Eastern Orthodox Church, as for instance amongst the Wallachians, Moldavians, Serbs, Dalmatians. There's a people known as the Dalmatians, interesting. Bulgarians, and the very subjects of the Grand Emperor, the Cherkesses and Greeks, from which we have embraced our Orthodox religion, that all these peoples are counting in conformity their years from the birth of our Lord 8 days later, that is from the 1st of January, but not from the creation of the world, on account of the many differences in the reckoning of those years. And at present, the year 1699, since the birth of our Lord is approaching its end, on the 1st of the coming January will conjointly begin the new year of 1700 and the new century. And for the sake of that good and useful cause, the Grand Emperor has decreed to count henceforth in the government departments and in all affairs and deeds to write the 1st of this January, the year 1700, since the birth of our Lord, and as token of this good undertaking and of the new century, the royal city of Moscow, after due thanksgiving to God, and supplicant chantings in a church, and if need at one's home, by the people of distinction on the large and notable streets, thoroughfares, and at the houses of the eminent men of the clergy and the worldly rank, there should be made opposite the gates in front of the images of saints some ornaments of trees and of pine, fir, and juniper branches, like those prepared on the bazaar and on the lower drugstore, or they may be made as it is more convenient and proper for anyone according to the gates and the place, but every one of the poor people shall at least place a tree or a branch on the gate or over his house, and it ought to be ready toward the 1st of the coming of January of that year, and the ornaments must be in their places until the 7th day of January of the year 1700. Furthermore, on the 1st day of January, as a token of merriment, on the mutual greetings of the new year and of the new century, there should be done the following. As soon as on the great red square the fire amusements are kindled and a cannonade begins, the most on the notable courtyards of the boyars and the okolnichis and the councillors and the high and distinguished persons of the court, military and merchants' ranks, everyone on his courtyard should produce 3 times a cannonade from small cannons, if they are at one's disposal, and from several muskets or some other kind of small rifles, and shoot rockets, as many as one may have, and on the large streets where there is a space, from the 1st to the 7th of January should be kindled in the nighttime fires of firewood, dry branches and straw, but where the courtyards are small, 5 or 6 courtyards should be joined in order to make such a fire, or if one would like, he should place on poles by 1, 2, or 3 resinous and worn-out barrels, and after filling them with straw or dry branches, to kindle them. And before the town hall of the burgomaster, the cannonade and the same firing and ornaments should be arranged at his discretion. Wow. Okay, so is that the origin of fireworks on the new year? No thoughts, said Erwin?
Honestly, I think so. I mean, do you have any else you might want to add to it?
I mean, that is very, very interesting. The other thing I find interesting regarding this so-called switch over was, of course, the fall of the old Russian Empire, or old Russia, and the rise of the Soviet Union itself, coincidentally coinciding with some of these switches. I mean, the amount of coincidences everywhere is just it's hard to make heads or tails. It's also hard to completely dismiss them.
You might say that was a coincidence. There is, I guess, holiday present kind of joy to know that kind of thing, to throw that theory out there.
There's another interesting post here by Dreamtime on the Stolen History Forum AM means the beginning of creation, not the beginning of our civilization. It's a Christian term. But when questioning whether there was any consensus outside of Christian groups, there are other signs of a creation date being very recent, with the Mayan calendar and Zoroastrianism fitting roughly into the time frame of a few thousand years. Zoroastrianism involves a 12,000-year cosmogony and chronology, often divided into 4 ages, as outlined in the Buddhism. The first age lasted for 3,000 years and included the spiritual creation by Ahura Mazda, followed by the physical creation of 3,000 years when evil entered the world. See Angra Mainyu. Ahura Mazda first created 7 abstract heavenly beings called Amesha Spentas, who support him and represent beneficial aspects, along with numerous Yazads, lesser beings worthy of worship. He then created the universe itself in order to ensnare evil. Ahura Mazda created the floating egg-shaped universe in 2 parts. First, the spiritual Minog, and 3,000 years later, the physical Getig. I mean, what does he do now? He just makes cars?
He very well could be. He could be in retirement right now. Just enjoying the spoils of his labor.
Ahura Mazda? I mean, Mazdas are pretty nice.
Yeah, pretty much.
Especially Miatas. Do you have a Miata?
No, though. I do know someone who does.
One thing that comes up often is this idea of 4 cycles. The 7 ages in Christianity could be originally based on 4 plus 4 cycles, with the 4th and 5th cycle being the lowest, most physical cycle, so counted at 1. I wonder whether one reason of the church's rewriting of history was to censor the idea of cycles and make everything appear to be a one-way road into heaven or hell. The only cosmology that speaks of a very old Earth is supposedly the Hindu one, but I have never seen direct quotes, and it appears to me the vague language made everyone go wild on the interpretations. There's an ongoing discussion of the length of the yugas, going from thousands to millions of years, so I think there's basically no direct quote in scriptures. If I remember correctly, there's several 100,000 years old based on estimates and also based on the content of stories. Because if you're gonna, obviously, if you want to make a bunch of stories about rulers and kings in one particular area, you're gonna have a lot of stories that fill hundreds of thousands of years versus, let's say, 1,000 years. There's only so many stories you can tell that would be able to be jam-packed into those years if the estimate on the months and years are correct on what the time frame is on that. If there are cycles, and if the cycles are only a couple thousand years each, and there's a reset after the completion of each cycle, then it makes sense we can't live in a world with a very long history. And in my opinion, everything looks like those cycles exist, whether it's 4,000 years or 7,000 years or 40,000 years. I think those short time frames are more likely than millions of years. The doomsday rule appears to be simply a modern calculation method and doesn't refer to cycles, but microcycles within the bigger cycles seems likely to me, especially because the last 1,000 years have seen a couple of them apparently. It seems many ancient cycle calendars agree that we are in the darkest cycle or most physical cycle, which would probably explain why we have forgotten where we are. Another problem with years is that 1 year 10,000 years ago could have meant something different than it means nowadays, depending on how many days a year had, how time was perceived, and whether there were different seasons or day and night. I agree that 2018 makes everything before the year 0 as almost non-existent. I also think it's ridiculous for entire civilizations to base a calendar on the supposed birth date of a single man who could only have operated locally in a very constricted area. It doesn't really make sense, except if the church needed some reason to create a new concept of the past. It's also interesting to ask when the AD idea really began. Certainly not during the lifetime of Jesus. So the first guy to talk about time in terms of AD was Dionysius Exiguus in 500 AD. Unfortunately, here's a quote here. However, nowhere in his exposition of his table does Dionysius relate his epoch to any other dating system, whether consulate, Olympiad, year of the world, or regnal year of Augustus. Much less does he explain or justify the underlying date. It wasn't until 800 AD that people started to rely on this dating format, and I think with the new chronology in mind, there's reason to believe in reality it wasn't the end of the Middle Ages that people really relied on it. It wasn't until the end of the Middle Ages that people really relied on it. The process started in Central Europe, and it took until 1700 until Russia followed, just a couple decades after Russia became part of the Invisible Empire, annihilating the Tartar civilization. What if Jesus appeared 500 years before the switch into the last age, the Kali Yuga, and told people of the nearing end of the era, but it was misinterpreted to mean the end of the world? If Jesus lived ca 1100 AD, then the end of the last era would be around 1500 to 1600, which is surprisingly the time when the dubious and opaque Middle Ages ended, and many maps show cataclysmic changes. I think it's also possible that Jesus in reality represented a broad movement of people keeping some ancient knowledge about the cycles and our position in them, but he was singled out. Zoroastrianism and the dating of the world. The tradition of the coming saviors, thus triplicated, is set in a framework of cosmic history whereby limited time was identified with a world year divided into periods of 1,000 years each. It is generally held that the concept of the world year is attributed to Babylonian speculation concerning recurrent great years repeating themselves monotonously throughout time. In considering this development of the legend, one enters therefore into the historical period of the faith after it had been adopted in Western Iran. The Zoroastrian texts vary as to how many millennia make up the world year. Some give the figure as 9, 3 times being 3, 3 times 3 being a favored Zoroastrian number. Others as 12, corresponding to the 12 months of the natural year and the 12 signs of the zodiac. There are, however, grounds for thinking that the original figure was rather 6,000 years as a figure which was increased to 9,000 or 12,000 as scholastics elaborated the scheme. Certainly, it is only within the last 6,000 years that any events are represented as taking place upon this earth.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it goes on to a lot more of the different traditions and all of the ages. I mean, it's quite curious here. It also makes parallels to metals. So gold is the reign of King Vistasp. Silver is the reign of Ardashir the K, who is called Vahman, son of Spetodad. Copper is the reign of Valak, the Aracid king, who will remove from the world existing heresies. Brass is the reign of Ardashir the Sazanian and his son King Shabur and Aburbad of the true religion. Lead is the reign of King Vaharm Gor, who will make apparent the spirit of joy. Steel is the reign of King Korsra, son of Kavad. Iron is the vile rule of devs with disheveled hair, of the seed of wrath. Spitamen Zardust at the end of your millennium. In the summary version of the prophecy preserved in the Dinkard, the authority of the lost Avest on Sungar and ask 52, there are only 4 times of gold, silver, steel, and iron. It seems that the tradition of 4 ages of metal, which marked the progressive decline of humanity, which was current in antiquity, and that its origin is very old. I mean, that's also curious because then you have the Gold Age, the Iron Age, and Stone Age, Bronze Age.
Right.
All right, hold on. That corresponds to the ages of man: Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, Heroic Age, and the Iron Age. So yeah, some interesting parallels to Zoroastrianism, and then also Hinduism has very similar time frames as well. Huh. Very, very curious. So a lot of issues here. And then, of course, we have the Mayan calendar, the wheels of time, and Mayan calendars being a lot more accurate. There's one adjustment, every 50 some years, as opposed to our current calendar, very inaccurate. So yeah, a lot of issues with dating. And now today, people simply, I guess, brainlessly celebrate the New Year. Do you celebrate the New Year?
I sleep.
That's how you celebrate?
Yes, I think there's no better way to do the celebrate the New Year than to wake up fresh after a good rest.
Do you believe that this New Year's conspiracy is some kind of intended deception to hide the true history of humanity and keep the corrupt in power, so to speak? Or is it part of some broader spiritual conspiracy to keep humans constantly off balance to make them easier to exploit as debt slaves?
I mean, from the way you put it, I mean, is there much difference? I mean,
I don't know. There's a lot of questions here, questions that people don't ask, but this is Mind Shock, so we ask those types of questions.
well, let me ask this question then. In relation to, again, with conspiracies, I mean, in general, that would mean almost every one of them is to say that there's something that's going on, let's say, a distraction to prevent the larger picture, right? And if that's the case, then I guess if you have people celebrating New Year's, make that a big thing, then yeah, maybe there is something going on behind the scenes that's a larger picture. Something to keep the masses happy and to have them observing the one hand while you do everything else with the other. So there could very well could be something happening.
Kind of like the two hands on the face of a clock.
Indeed.
Well, there you have it. We dug deep into the conspiracy and history of New Year's. So if you do celebrate, maybe think about what you're celebrating or what you're not celebrating and why or why not. Important questions to ask with logic and reason at the forefront, as always, on MindShock. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help support MindShock, help us get more mind-shocking content out there. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Sid Irwin.
Catch you guys next time in a new year, maybe, if it is a new year, or is it still the old year, or is it any year at all?
Oh boy.